Okay, we're ready to go. Excuse me, there we go. Actually, I would like to stand for a motion to adjourn out of our special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, as we get ready this evening, welcome everyone. We have a long evening ahead, and thank you for joining us this evening. We do have a wonderful tradition here, and that is that we open our meetings in prayer. Randy Howard, thank you for being here tonight to open us in prayer. Randy's with the Church of the Nazarene, and it's great to have you, and so let's stand, and we're going to open in prayer this evening, and the pledge afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Heavenly Father, we are just so grateful tonight to live in this great state and in this great city, and we're so thankful for the opportunity to serve here, to work here, and to enjoy our lives here. And I just pray for this evening in this room that we would be mindful of you and what you've called us to do, that there would be peace over these proceedings, that people's hearts would be touched, and yet we would act mindfully and respectfully of you. I just pray for strength tonight as this meeting goes on, and I just pray that the results would be what you would have us to carry forward. Yeah, I just pray these things in the name of our Savior, Jesus. Amen.
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 Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds. Hammerfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. So I am not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, do you have any proposed amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as this amended agenda as it was presented. It's in your packet, so I would stand for a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, we have our consent agenda, and I would stand for a motion to approve our consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, so we do not have any proclamations this evening, and we do have a opportunity for public forum for non-agenda items this evening. Do we have anyone signed up to speak on a non-agenda item?
Madam Mayor, we do have two individuals, but we do need to confirm that these are non-agenda items, and that is Jamie Healy and Hugh Janis.
Is Jamie Healy in the room? Jamie Healy. Okay, we do not see her. I wonder if she's out in the other room. And then your second person
Is
is?
Hugh Janis.
Did they sign up beforehand or tonight?
I know that one of them signed up well before the meeting during online.
Are either of those individuals here? Okay, not seeing them, we will move on. The next item on our agenda is our staff communications, and we have Amy Bowman, our Director of Communications, that's going to provide an update on the educational efforts towards the General Obligation Transportation Bond.
Sorry, I'll just take a second. I keep joining and it keeps...
Kicking you off?
yeah.
Do you have permission to join, Amy?
Yes.
You should, okay. Good job, it worked.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Amy Bowman, Director of Communications, and For the last, I think, over 100 days, it's been my privilege to work on and work with the team in Public Works, I'm not sure where everybody is, on our general obligation transportation bond. As you will recall, on February 5th, an ordinance was adopted that would put a special municipal bond on the May 21st ballot, which is tomorrow. And so over the last couple of months, I like to say from podcasts to parades, from PowerPoints and Pork Chop Day, we have been busy educating our community about what this bond means, with the goal to educate, and get out the vote. And as you all know, we can only educate, not advocate. So just a very brief thank you to the people, at the tip of the spear, Tom Points, Mark Stoyer, Crystal Craig, and a lot of other people that I won't name, but I will say Saira Friedman in our office has also picked up a lot as well. We did have a staff change, and so it was kind of the two of us leading the charge, which was exciting. And so just briefly, I will try to be brief because I know you have a long night ahead of you, but there was, sorry, this is a little hot. I don't know if that's okay, just turn it down, thanks. So we've created a website in English and Spanish, which was kind of our home base for information, project information, maps, renderings, FAQs, our open house information, PowerPoints, handout, open house boards, posters. We got a dedicated communication line for email, phone, and many other things. The videos, which I'd like to just show the 30-second, just because, and thank you all for coming to hear my staff report. I really appreciate it. I tell you, the community support here is amazing. I love it. But just in case you haven't seen it, I'd like to share it. I think. No. Oh, shoot. Well, I forgot to share with my sound, so that's my fault, but we won't go back. But hopefully, if you have any questions, I can be out in the hallway if any of you all have any questions about the bond. So just moving on, with our outreach efforts, we held 5 different opportunities for the community to come and have staff answer any questions that they had, and that happened here on the screen. We also had a recorded presentation on our website for anybody who couldn't make it out there. We had a number of community presentations from the Senior Center to all the civic clubs basically within Nampa. We even visited with Darrell's Coffee Group, and some of the members of our Concerned Citizens of Canyon County Committee, also known as the 5C, were also present. Here's another just list, really, of other outreach efforts that we did. If I could think about it, I did it. And so between the Mayor's newsletter, I do want to call out, I'm thankful for the Ford Idaho Center. I don't know if you know this, but Nampa High is graduating tonight. They put up some digital boards for us. They've got posters in their restrooms. We've got a big sign out there. So we're trying very hard to, wherever Nampa people are, that we have tried to reach them. And also the Chamber Luncheon shared the video last week, so hopefully you can see a lot of effort has been made to help educate our community. Thank you to our attorney, Todd, as well, for all of your effort to make sure everything we did was accurate. So we had two mailers. The first mailer was a pretty significant mailer, and it went to every household within Napa city limits. If you're curious what that number is, with apartments, that is 39,145. And so everyone in this room, if you live in city limits, should have received that. Our second mailer that we did, we were strategic, and we sent to those that vote within the last few elections, and that number was just over 10,000. Households, not individuals. So if, 2 people vote, then they just got 1. We had a number of print media between the Idaho Press, Tidbits, which is in every doctor's office and a lot of restaurants, Senior Gold Mine, the Rec Center Activity Guide that went to all the households within Nampa as well had an ad in it. Outdoor signage, you can see between yard signs, and we had these large 4x4 signs that our traffic division did, which was wonderful. Just again, trying to help educate our public. We had thank you to the media, which many of them are here. Abby and Keith, thank you for your coverage, and many others as well. Social media, both just through our normal posting and then also paid social media. The last time I checked earlier today, we were close to 2,000 clicks to our website with I think our engagement was around 30,000 and our reach was like 40,000. So digital media, we worked with Peppershock Media, which is a Nampa company, on using some of the more, recent, I guess, trends in marketing, which over the top are, if you watch an ad on KTVB or KIVI before, or a segment, you're watching a news segment, there's typically ads that air before that would have shown up there. Other streaming services like Hulu, et cetera, and banner ads. This is exciting. We started a podcast, Nampa on the Go. I've learned I don't like the sound of my own voice, but Mark and Crystal and Tom all did a phenomenal job, and so we talked about all things public works, transportation, and bond. I also interviewed our new Canyon County Clerk, Rick Hogaboam, about elections, and hope to continue with the podcast moving forward. So just a reminder on the cost versus if it's approved or not approved. And so and everybody, I think I took advantage and got rid of all the rest of my flyers. So everybody in here had a flyer on their seat, so you can read this in more detail. Voting tomorrow is the last day to vote. Polls are open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It does require a 2/3 majority to pass, which is a pretty big number. So, and then I also wanted to say a shout out to the Mayor's Teen Council. We had Parade America this Saturday, and they passed out 750 flyers for our bonds. So hopefully we've covered as much as we can in the time that we had, and so thank you for your time.
Amy, thank you. You know what's important is that we have informed voters, and I will say for everyone here, if you have not voted, whether you vote yes or no, it's important that you vote. That's a privilege that we have in our nation, and that is that we get to vote. So I encourage you to vote. So, Amy, thank you. A lot of hard work. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3. She would love that applause. We don't normally applaud, but okay. So we have 3 new business items we're going to get through very quickly, and we're going to start with the first one. This is an action item. This is to confirm the appointment of Jorvin Garcia to the Board of Commissioners for the Nampa Housing Authority to fill a current vacancy that expires September 30, 2025.
Mayor Queen,
Yes.
I spoke with Mr. Rodriguez about this, and he's very excited about Jorvin. So I will make the motion to approve Jorvin Garcia to the Board of Commissioners for the Nampa Housing Authority.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Does Mr. Garcia happen to be here this evening? I'm going to look. I don't see him, so okay. The next one is 7.2 as an action item, and this is to confirm the appointment of the Senior Director of Development Services. This was not in our packet, but the council has received the resume, and the person that is being appointed to this person is Mark Stoyer. And Mark is here somewhere. I'm not sure. There you are. Okay, so
So moved.
thank you.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Absolutely.
Ingula.
Yes.
Go ahead, come up.
Bills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Mark, thank you for coming forward. I would like you to introduce yourself and just say a couple words. And I'm so thrilled that you're willing to serve in this capacity. I'm excited about what we have ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council, for your confidence in me to lead this integral department. I look forward to working with you, the amazing Development Services team, and the development community on assuring Nampa's growth is well managed and thoughtful moving into the future. Again, I'm excited And right now, currently, my name is Mark Stoyer. I am the Director of Strategic Initiatives and looking forward to moving into this position in about a month from now. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. We're excited to have you helping us. Good for you. 7.3 on the agenda is the first reading of ordinance and approval of publication of zoning ordinance contracting the boundaries of the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District of the City of Nampa by exclusion of 1518 East Kentucky Avenue. So we do need to read the ordinance, and following the reading of the ordinance, it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, contracting the boundaries of the Nampa Municipal Irrigation District of the City of Nampa by exclusion of certain legally described lands, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to reflect said contraction of boundaries on the official maps of the City of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance with the Office of the Canyon County Recorder and with the superintendents of the underlying irrigation districts pertaining to the property described herein.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We're going to move to our unfinished business at this time, and we do have 3 action items there, and they're all reading of ordinances. 9.1 is an action item, the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RS4, which is single-family residential zoning district, and a conditional use permit to allow a 2-unit townhouse in the RS4 zoning district and subdivision preliminary plat for Baylor subdivision for a 1.21-acre property at 11236 Lone Star Avenue for the Land Architect LLC, representing Jesse Van der Linden, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 11236 Lone Star Road, Nampa, Idaho, county parcel R31461, comprising approximately 1.21 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the limits of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said lands should be annexed into the City of Nampa and be zoned RS4 Single-Family Residential Zoning District, that a preliminary plat be approved and that a conditional use permit be approved, declaring that said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, determining that said annexation and zoning are in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, and to designate said property as RS4 single-family residential on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for recordation, subject to the terms and conditions specified, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
9.2 is an action item, and it is the first reading of ordinance for vacation of an existing utility easement for a multifamily residential development in the Community Business Zoning District. It's 3.19 acres, addressed as 203 and 211 East Florida Avenue, 1224 South Nectarine Street, and 200 East Hawaii Avenue for Hutchinson Smith Architects, Keith Tasker, representing the housing company, and it is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating of utility easements located on the property generally described as 203, 211 East Florida Avenue, 1124 South Nectarine Street, and 200 East Hawaii Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. Parcels R11654, R11655, R11656, and R11768, consisting of approximately 3.19 acres, more or less, located in the northwest one-fourth of Section 34, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation being for the utility easements located on the property, more particularly described below in Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor Kling, I'll make a motion to pass this under suspension of rules. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 9.3 is an action item. It's the first reading of ordinance for zoning code amendment of Title 10, Chapter 23, Section 8, adding items L and M for prohibited signs relating to advertising, illegal activity, and the sales of controlled substances for the city of Nampa. It is requested to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, amending Title 10 of the Nampa City Code, specifically amending Title 10, Chapter 23 regarding signs, providing for severability, providing for a savings clause, providing for an effective date, providing for publication by summary, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Madam Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just want to say thank you, Natalie, for a good job. This is Natalie's ordinance. You can thank her for that.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so that concludes all of the business. We intentionally kept our business light this evening, and that concludes all of the business that we have on our agenda this evening. It is 4 minutes until 6, at which time we start our public hearing. So do we need to wait those 4 minutes? Okay, we're going to wait 4 minutes, but we wanted to be ready and on time. So here we go. So we have 4 minutes to pause. Okay, so for any city council members not at your seat, we are starting in 2 minutes. You've got it's a 1 minute countdown. Who are we missing? I think I've got some echo here. Thank you. Okay, I'm missing 3 city council members, and we are starting in less than 1 minute. So, there's one. I'm missing 2. 2. Okay. I hear a door. Okay, it is 6 o'clock and we're ready to get started for our public hearing this evening. So Well, I'm going to just start by doing the normal thing I do, which is action item 8.1 is a public hearing. It is the appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission denial of conditional use permit for the concrete batching and mixing in a light industrial zoning district at 39 North Pickard Lane. This is a 7.83 acre parcel. This is for Sunrock Corporation. The original concept was the development and operation of a concrete batch plant. So the process this evening, our appellant and the applicant has 12 minutes. We will have followed up by a staff report, and then we'll follow up with public testimony. It's my understanding we have approximately 38 people signed up to testify from the public. You will be given 2 minutes this evening. And it is my intent this evening as we go through this process that we are totally done by 10 o'clock, which would mean that public testimony should be done well before 9:30 to give time for deliberation. If it is not, then we will be continuing it because it's very difficult to make wise decisions after many hours of sitting here and when it gets late. So we will be looking for a time frame tonight. I know there are a lot of signs here, and I know that we have a lot of passionate citizens. I'm going to ask that you not wave your signs. And I'm going to ask, and it was so kind of you to applaud earlier, but I'm going to ask that you not applaud during the public hearing time frame. No negative comments either. So no boos, no cheers. And I've seen many of you before. I've seen many of you before, and you were so respectful. And I have to say, I was so proud of our community because you were respectful. So thank you for that. So with that, I'd like to defer to our legal counsel. Do you have any additional comments? Have I missed anything this evening?
Not specifically, Mayor. You might also mention with the number of people we have, it's their 2 minutes, but try to encourage them not to be repetitive.
Thank you.
Maybe just agree with somebody else that may have said the same thing. But again, it's their 2 minutes.
Thank you. And we'll remind you that right before testimony if needed. So with that, is our applicant here this evening? Good evening. So thank you. I know you know how to do this. If you could just share your name and address.
You bet. So, good evening, Mayor Kling and council members.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, pull it way. You get to be tall. There you go. Yeah.
Perfect. Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. My name is Bill King. I do represent Sunrock Corporation this evening. And my address is 2965 East Harpoon Lane in Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Thank you for taking the time tonight to consider the appeal of Sunrock Corporation's application to operate a concrete manufacturing facility here on our property on Pickard Lane. Sunrock Corporation started providing crucial infrastructure building materials in Idaho in 2006, nearly 20 years ago. Since that time, Sunrock has nearly 500 employees here in Idaho, with over 80 of them right here within Nampa, who work hard to employ and work to provide for their families. The reason that we are here today proposing the concrete batch plant is at the request of the Nampa City residents, at the request of the Nampa City business owners and of the Nampa City itself. You have all requested to use Sunrock services by requesting to use our concrete within your city. You have requested to use concrete within your buildings, for your roads, for your schools, for your churches, for your subdivisions, for your sidewalks throughout your entire community. I just want you guys to make sure you understand the main reason we are here is at your request to help you build the infrastructure, to provide the crucial needs that you have requested. Another part of those is continuing moving forward. There are many future needs in Nampa where you guys have requested work to be done in the growing subdivisions like Adams Ridge, Franklin Village, Southern Ridge, Sunnyvale, for road infrastructure improvements like the one that was recently performed on Kings and Victory Road, and for work at the Nampa City Airport. With regarding to the land use and zoning, Idaho law is well established that the applicant's rights are determined at the type of the filing of the application for the permit. During the Planning and Zoning hearing, the Planning and Zoning Director and the Planning and Zoning Commission evaluated and made a ruling based upon rules and regulations that were in effect after the filing of the permit. So tonight I do kindly ask that you guys rule on the ordinances and laws that were in effect at the time that Sunrock applied for this application. Okay. Napa City has developed a comprehensive plan. This plan is used as a guidance to demonstrate to the city that they plan and zone and annex the property accordingly. The comprehensive plan used and evaluated when the city annexed the subject property into the city and zoned it as light industrial in 2019. At the time of the application, the light industrial zone is intended to create, preserve, enhance areas containing a wide range of manufacturing and related establishments. Also within the light industrial zone, concrete, batching, and manufacturing is allowed at the time of the application. These items were all addressed and decided upon when Napa City annexed and zoned this property. The time for the public to address and share their concerns about the properties and about what zoning is allowed in the subject property was in 2019 when the city annexed and zoned this property into the city. Napa City recently updated their zoning ordinance as of April 2024. The new light industrial zone ordinance removed concrete and batching as a conditional use permit. Within that zone, you can see that it does allows for the following use, highlighted there in yellow. Currently under a permitted use within a light industrial zone, manufacturing, compounding, processing, assembling, packaging, treatment, and fabrication of the following products: building materials, concrete, and any other combination thereof of any type of material. Again, manufacturing, processing of building materials, such as concrete or any combination thereof of items, materials, or goods. Ready-mix concrete is concrete that is produced, that is manufactured in a concrete manufacturing facility. As the current zoning ordinance states, we can manufacture and process concrete or any combination thereof today with 0 conditions of approval as a permitted use. So you may ask, why are we here today? We are here because Sunrock's mission centers on 3 pillars. We value people. We value our employees, our customers, and our neighbors. We provide quality products and services with quality processes. We give back to the communities where we work and live. We enjoy this community, and we want to continue to work to create long-lasting relationships with the city council, with the residents within the city. We've created another map here for you to see that the zoning around the subject property. You can see kind of the turquoise color. That's the city where it's zoned light industrial, and then the other is the county where it's zoned light industrial or enclave. Now you can see I've put a buffer on here of 100-foot, 500-foot, and 1,000-foot buffers. You can see from where the concrete manufacturing facility will sit. And you can see the impacted areas is in a light industrial zone. I've also highlighted that we are right next, within the city limits, zone light industrial, is a current concrete batch plant that operates and produces concrete today. We are also near other light industrial uses that mulch and crush concrete or wood products. As far as traffic, we are aware of the city and the residents' concerns with respect to traffic. To mitigate the traffic concerns, Sunrock will strictly adhere to a traffic impact policy. The traffic impact policy requires a comprehensive analysis of transportation effects resulting from proposed developments like the one we're proposing. The study will evaluate the potential impact of traffic flow, safety and infrastructure capacity within the affected areas. Factors such as peak traffic hours, pedestrian, and public feasibility mitigation measures will address and be identified as issues and ensure sustainable traffic management solutions. Sunrock commits and is required to comply with Nampa City's traffic impact regulations and standards to foster a safe and efficient transportation system that supports community growth. How we address traffic concerns is through a traffic impact study and not by denying the conditional use permit. As far as the airport goes, the proposed site lies within the airport transitional zone. Low-profile silers will be used at this location in accordance with the FAA rules and regulations. As you can see on here, Sunrock, we have done our due diligence and we've worked with the Federal Aviation Administration. They have provided us a determination of no hazard to air navigation. This aeronautical study revealed that the structure does not exceed obstruction standards and will not be a hazard to air navigation. We also worked with the Nampa City Airport Superintendent, and upon many conversations with the airport superintendent, we discussed the rules and regulations that would regulate us as we are close to the airport. Working with the airport superintendent, he advised us that he works closely with JUB Engineers, who's the engineering firm that the superintendent uses to verify that all structures within the airport follow the local codes and ordinances. We work closely with the Nampa Airport Superintendent and JUB engineers to come up with a site plan and design following the FAA recommendations, which demonstrates that we comply with all the rules and regulations. Also, as a request from the Nampa City Planning and Zoning Commission, we reached out to the administrator of the Division of Aeronautics of the Department of Transportation. He reviewed all of our following documents and concluded the same thing, that we are following the rules and regulations, and he has no concerns with the proposed concrete batch plant facility. With air quality, there were a lot of concerns. Well, that's just an email right there where the JB engineers said overall they have no major objections to our facility. With regarding to air quality, there was a major misconception in the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. Much of the public shared their concerns about a cement manufacturing facility. We are not a cement manufacturing facility. We are a concrete manufacturing facility, and there is a very big difference between the two. I just wanted to help educate us a little bit on what that was. As you can see here, we created a little bit of graphic that shows the difference in pollutants from a cement manufacturing facility to a concrete manufacturing facility. Cement plants have much higher emissions than concrete batch plants. Concrete is made of thick aggregate materials, sand and gravel. Comparing the emissions of a concrete plant and a cement plant is like comparing the emissions of a 5.5 horsepower gas lawnmower to a 4,500 horsepower diesel locomotive. If you run the emissions, the comparable emissions from a concrete batch plant to a cement manufacturing plant are between 0.001 and 0.3% of what a cement manufacturing plant would produce. The proposed batch plant is heavily regulated by the Idaho Department of Air Quality, by the FAA, by the EPA, and by the city itself. In site design, emissions from the property. The batch plant will be subject to performance standards in Nampa City Code, which restrict the amount of obnoxious odors, smoke, dust, and other particulate matter, and subject to review by the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, which will limit the amount of emissions from the property following the Clean Air Act rules and regulations. We recognize that air quality and fugitive dust has been a major concern with the public. With the right information and the permits in place, we feel most confident that all of these concerns are regulated. With respect to water quality, Sunrock will develop and comply with a stormwater pollution prevention plan that is regulated by the EPA, by the federal government, and by the 2021 multi-sector general permit, which requires us to put best management practices to eliminate any off-site concerns. Sunrock will also develop and follow a spill prevention control and countermeasure plan, which will regulate any petroleum-based products that we store on site and regulates frequency of inspections and the amount how secondary containment is implemented at the site. So in conclusion, we're here today because Nampa City has requested our products. Nampa City needs this concrete for the growing demand that you have here and for the maintenance of structures that you currently have. The proposed facility will employ the best in-class environmental protection controls to prevent off-site impacts to air and water. Traffic management solutions will be implemented, and proper feasible mitigation measures will be followed to ensure sustainable traffic. Again, I ask you to evaluate and rule based on the appropriate Nampa City codes and ordinances that were in place at the time of filing the application. We have followed every rule and regulation ordinance that Nampa City and Nampa City Planning has asked. And we ask for you to approve this conditional use permit so we may go forward to help supplying concrete for the growing demand within Nampa City. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes. I think we do have a quick question. Just a second.
So, Mr. King, you alluded to traffic impact policy, and then you said something to the effect of you want to comply with the impact policy, but you don't want to worry about doing design to get a CUP. So
maybe I
can you clarify?
For sure. Maybe I misspoke on that. I apologize, Councilman Bills. we will comply with the traffic impact study that is required. We want to make sure that the traffic is safe. We want to make sure the roads are safe. We build the communities that we live in, and we want to make sure that we follow all rules and regulations as far as the traffic impact study goes. Now, Napa City has changed their traffic impact policy, I believe, 2 or 3 times since we've applied for the first conditional use permit at this site. And so we'll be required to follow the traffic impact study rules and regulations that were in place at the time we filed the application. Now, working with Napa City, we are open to make sure that any mitigation that needs to be done, we are open to work with the city to make sure that it is safe.
So a follow-up question is, have you guys actually looked at the traffic side and how you would want to operate
We have.
the plant?
We have, yes.
And so is there a reason why you haven't submitted those plans
The traffic
as a
impact
part
study
of your
plans.
application?
So they were not required to be submitted at the time of the application. And initially, when we filed for the first CUP, there wasn't even any requirement to file a traffic impact study. And so we are open to do that. It has not been requested of us at this time. Generally, the conditional use permit will be awarded, and under that conditional use permit, one of the conditions will be to adhere to the traffic impact study policy. And so then we have that time where you grant us a year to go in and make sure we get it all taken care of, and we follow the traffic impact study, we get it in place, and then we go and operate. I mean, the conditions of approval doesn't mean we can start right away. We have to follow each one of those conditions before we can start manufacturing any concrete at that facility.
Understand. I've seen and experienced where the development side takes the initiative as to how to handle the traffic, how it's going to work with their business.
Sure.
Here, I don't see any initiative. It's more of only do what we have to. And I'm trying to get a gain far as what you're planning for traffic. Loads, number of loads.
Right.
Heavy vehicles coming out on the
You bet.
on the road, and we're not seeing anything in your original application before planning and zoning.
Right.
And so you're relying on a traffic study that hasn't been done. I'm trying to get the picture on that.
We have not been asked to provide a traffic impact study, and we would gladly start that process as working with Napa City to get this conditional use permit in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. King, you talked about air quality and how it's not going to affect the community and the neighborhood surrounding that. And you also talked about the water and the non-pollution that you're going to be affording to the city of Nampa and the neighboring residents. But what you didn't disclose or didn't talk about is the particles that are coming from within your company, whatever those particles are of dust, the wind factor. Will the wind factor be somewhat elevated because all these dust particles are going to be into the yards? It would be into the irrigation, especially the irrigation, or to the residents. How do you plan to take care of that issue, or can you?
That's a great question, Councilman Rodriguez. So as far as the current site, there is unvegetated. There's kind of some open areas. So as the site sits right now, wind can pick up a lot of dust and cause a lot of dust right now. As we develop the site, we will pave the haul roads, and so we'll make sure any truck traffic coming in and going out does not create dust. Previously at this site, it was an old dairy farm to where there were not paved roads on there. So the dust and emissions and the traffic coming from the dairy farm were significant. We will pave the roads to reduce that. Also, the piles of aggregate that we use to create concrete it's a washed aggregate, and so all the fine dust, the particulate matter has been removed from these, so wind will not be blowing any dust off of our aggregate piles. So as we develop this site and we put roads down, or paved roads, and we use these washed aggregates, will actually reduce the amount of particulate matter that's coming off the site currently as it stands today.
Okay, follow up, Mayor. So what about the chemicals that are used to break down the concrete? Is that going to be an issue or not?
So when you say break down the concrete, so there's some chemicals used in the concrete process to help it harden, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I see.
And those are all within containment to make sure that they're properly stored and labeled. And there will be zero impact or zero opportunity for that to impact any groundwater or surface water.
I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yes.
Mayor, thank you. Mr. King, do you have a photo of what this is going to look like?
We do have a design build of the site.
Can we see it?
Let me look to see if I can. Do you want me to grab it right now? Okay.
It would just be important only because in your factual background, you've listed under number 1, the location, size, and design of the operations characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible and will not adversely affect the livability and approach developments of the abutting property. So we won't know that unless we can see it.
Sure, there you go. I think, thanks. Napa City Planning and Zoning helped me out with that one.
Can you explain
Yeah.
can you give us a tour of this site?
You bet. So currently, the way it stands, the traffic will enter on the left side, come up, and then it can come around. We can see there's a circle where the traffic can come around, where if we have delivery of materials. Now, one thing that we wanted to talk about is, as we bring trucks onto this site, it's generally a 3-to-1 as material coming on as trucks going off. So there's a 3-to-1 gain of reducing the amount of concrete trucks on the road because the plant is right here close. So those trucks will come in the hatched kind of dark area. Those are the aggregate stockpiles, the washed area stockpiles. And then you can see that there's some conveyors that will bring the concrete up to the concrete batch plant. You can see the cursors covering it right there. And then the other is a parking area where we can park trucks up on that northern portion. And then kind of down on the south, there's a little area where we have our concrete where we wash out the trucks into a concrete line containment. And as part of designing the site, we worked closely with JUB engineers. One of the items that JUB engineers and Napa City Planning and Zoning came up with is we had to park our trucks at a certain distance away from the property line just to make sure we did not impact that airport transitional zone of the FAA requirements.
Mayor, follow up to that. In your factual backgrounds, then under number 3, you say the proposed development will enhance the successful operations of the surrounding area in its basic community functions, or will provide an essential service for the community or region. And then you go on to say furthermore. However, in the NAMPA 2040 Comprehensive Plan, under 14.5, the importance of the regulation of the airport, it says that the land use surrounding the airport are required to be compatible with the airport's operations and to comply with FAA and the state's regulations. These land use restrictions affect residential, commercial, and industrial use. And it's our understanding, based off of the information that we've been provided, it says that this proposal will directly affect the current FAA approved and established traffic patterns that would require pilots to give 1,000 feet of clearance in all directions of the proposed smokestacks, silos, and steam emitting buildings. That puts the steam invisible of 1,073 feet above ground level, which would include all of the traffic patterns. And it says that a lot of these, because we're a backcountry airport, a lot of these aircraft fly within 500 to 1,000 feet of ground level, so it seems as though that would be encroaching on that. So can you explain to us how that's going to enhance the airport?
You bet. So as far as enhancing it, currently that's an area that is undeveloped right now, and so that there's weeds, dust, other things that are coming off of that particular property. By enhancing it, as you can see here, when the wind blows through there, it can create kind of a mess from tumbleweeds, and we're going to develop the site where we are going to improve North Cajun Lane to a two-lane road access to the site. We're going to improve the site, pave it. We'll have to put up what NAPA requires for any type of vegetation, to make it look nice, and we'll be able to fence it and turn it into a fully developed site. So in that way, yes, it does enhance the area. It also provides concrete that is essential need to Nampa City Airport. We've provided concrete to numerous port hangars there. Now, as far as the FAA and talking about an obstruction to air traffic, if we go back to the FAA determination, they have already determined that is not a hazard to air traffic navigation. That is a ruling from the FAA itself that we have received.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions before we move on? Okay. As you know, you will have an opportunity to come back at the conclusion. So thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Staff, Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Parker Bodley, Senior Planner, Planning and Zoning Department with the City of Nampa. The action requested, this is an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission denial of a CUP for concrete batching and mixing in an IL zone. So looking at the commission decision, in the narrative provided by the applicant, the proposed purpose of the appeal is that the commission decision was flawed because it was based on criteria that was not adopted in city code at the time. The application was submitted. The timeline, which I'll show you on the next slide, will show the commission did use the incorrect criteria at that time. Staff recommends that the council in this appeal consider the request for the CUP under the criteria that was in effect at the time that the application was submitted and render a decision in accordance with those criteria. Alternatively, the council could remand the application back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to conduct another public hearing under the previous criteria, the correct criteria that were in place at the time of application, and render a new decision. So the timeline there, the City Council, this body approved the zoning text amendment that proposed a change to the criteria. That was in September. The applicant submitted an application in December 8th. The conditional application use permit was scheduled in December 18th, the same day that the City Council read and approved the ordinance for that change. While this criteria may be textually different, much of the overall intent is similar. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to deny the application because the proposed use would create conditions that make it incompatible with the airport and the surrounding neighborhood. Again, the options, council can affirm, reserve, or modify any decision, determination, or requirements of the commission. Here's a look at the change in the criteria. I won't cover this too much, other than your decision will be based on the previous criteria, the 3 items on the left side. Looking at, with that being said, the following slides are information as it relates to the conditional use permit request. The property is zoned IL. Per city code, it's defined as the IL zoning district is intended to create, preserve, enhance areas containing a wide range of manufacturing and related establishments. It is typically appropriate to areas providing a wide variety of sites with good rail highway access. The surrounding adjacent uses, the airport to the north, Heath Specialty Precast is to the south. To the east is in the county, and that's Vision Recycling. And to the west is currently Agland in the county and Dealers Auto Auction, zoned IL. Looking further out, distances to some nearby land uses, 215 feet to the airport runway, 870 feet to the nearest residence at the southwest corner of Victory and Grays, 0.33 miles to the Warhawk Museum, 0.54 to Endeavor Elementary, and 0.59 to Park Ridge. Here's a summary of the history up to this point. There's quite a bit of history, which I won't cover in too much detail. The criteria, this is the criteria for your decision tonight. The first item, location, size, and design, and operating characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible with and not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties in the surrounding neighborhood, with consideration to the harmony, scale, bulk, coverage, and density, to the availability of public facilities and utilities, to the harmful effect, if any, upon desirable neighborhood character, to the generation of traffic, capacity of surrounding streets, and to other relevant impact of the development. I'm sure you're all aware of these criteria. I read these in part to the public here so that they're aware of your criteria and your decision-making. The second item, location, design, and site planning of the proposed development will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment, and will be attractive as the nature of the use and its location and setting. The proposed development will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area and its basic community functions and provide essential service to the community or region. The following are regulations currently existing code that are applicable to this request. Title 10, Chapter 1 contains performance standards for operations that take place on properties. Chapter 1 further regulates emissions through the following. So there's general prohibitions, the emission of obnoxious odors of any kind, as well as toxic corrosive fumes or gases not permitted. Dust created by an industrial operation shall not be exhausted or wasted in the air. And then there's regulation on the emission or particulate matter of a density greater than a number 3 on the Ringelmann chart. And then dust and other types of air pollution borne by the wind, such sources as storage areas, roads, shall be minimized by landscaping, paving, oiling, or other acceptable means. Looking at the comprehensive plan, the NAMPA 2040 comprehensive plan contains descriptions regarding the airport and how decisions should be made. It defines aviation hazard as means any new or existing structure, object of natural growth, use of land, or modification thereto which endangers the lives and the property of users of an airport or of occupants of land in its vicinity, and that reduces the size of the area available for landing, taking off, and maneuvering or aircraft. Further, when making land use decisions, the following should be considered. Looking at the last sentence, the intent of land use zoning should be to prevent incompatible land uses near the airport, where the impacts of an airport operations such as noise, dust, fumes, or aircraft accidents can have a potentially negative impact on the land use, or the impact of the incompatible land use can have a potentially negative impact on the airport. Looking in further at the airport master plan for the city, it describes incompatible land uses at or near airports may result in the creation of hazards to air navigation, reductions in airport utility resulting from obstructions to flight paths, as well as features that inhibit pilot visibility, such as light or smoke. We've looked at the site pictures, covered that, as well as the proposed plan there. The following are agency comments for your consideration. There were a number of other comments from groups and citizens that have also been provided to you ahead of the hearing tonight. The fire district had some recommended conditions that were added to the staff report. Nampa Meridian Irrigation, there's easements for the Mason Creek drain, the North Dobson drain, and South Dobson drain. Any encroachment without a signed license agreement and the approved plan before construction is unacceptable. That'll be taken care of the time of the building permit. ITD requesting applicant contact ITD Division of Aeronautics. They have done so, and Aeronautics had submitted a comment as well. That's in the staff report. Engineering Division had stating requirements for access, traffic impact study, and utilities. The Airport Commission submitted some comments, explanation of why the CPU criteria have not been met. The airport had concerns of possible dust and contaminants being blown over the airport. Pilots have reported having to go around to do visual obstructions. Engines may ingest particulates also. The airport would like to be assured any dust and particulates generated from the plant do not interfere with the operational safety. Further analyzing the request, the following should be considered. The Nampa Airport largely has concerns about emissions from the property. FAA makes a determination in terms of structure height, but not in terms of emissions per se. Idaho DEQ issues permits and has responsibility in regulating concrete batch plant operations. DEQ has specific standards that it reviews in issuing permits, and the applicant agrees to follow said standards in their operations. DEQ does not consider adjacent land uses in their decision-making process. Should the commission vote to approve, should the council vote to approve, staff would recommend a number of different improvements be made to the lot to reduce emissions from the property in addition to what DEQ requires. This includes fencing, paving, et cetera. In summary, the council must determine whether the proposed use is compatible or can be conditioned to be compatible with the abutting properties in the surrounding neighborhood. Looking at the conditions of approval, the first three conditions are requirements within city code regarding emissions that they are subject to regardless. Condition 4 would be staff's recommendation to mitigate emissions from the use. Looking at that, any dumping, mixing, or crushing of materials shall be done within an enclosed space. The rest are conditions that were recommended by various agencies. So looking at the motions, there's 3 potential motions for you tonight. First is to deny the conditional use permit, to modify the commission decision pursuant to the criteria in place when the application was submitted. Or approval to modify their decision and pursuant to those criteria as well. The third would be to remand the application back to the commission for a decision based on the proper criteria. And that is all I have for you. I will stand for any questions, and we'll take it from there.
I'd like to ask you if you could go back one slide. You moved really quickly over that. Well, no, I thought I saw a slide that was colored with the 3 different.
Yes.
Where was that? That one, right there. I was just thinking, could you go back over the criteria that we are supposed to be applying to this permit and restate that just real quickly, just to make sure we have it?
So looking at this is a comparison of the previous criteria that was in place at the time of application, the proper criteria on the left side, in comparison to the new criteria which the Planning and Zoning Commission had used at that time, which was not in place when they applied.
So we are to be making our decisions based on the previous criteria. These 3 bullets right here is what we are applying this evening. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is just a comparison to say that substantially nothing has really changed. It's just to break it into more clarifying points for the future. Sorry, got a tickle.
That's fine, you've been talking so much. That's great. Thank you. Okay, council, do we have any questions for Parker before we step into public hearing? Do you? Councilman Bills, yes.
So, Parker, on the typical conditional use permits, do you see drawings, plans, what the applicant is planning on doing in addition to asking for the CUP within a particular zone?
Mayor and Councilman, with our application checklist, we ask for a site plan, a narrative describing what they're planning on doing, a basic site plan. We don't ask for conditional use permits are a cover a wide variety of things, right? It could be anything from a daycare to a concrete batch plant, right? Those are a wide variety. So we leave it up to the applicant in a lot of situations to provide the information that they need to show that they're not going to be an issue to the surrounding neighborhood.
So did you receive extra criteria information, or was it a one-page
Everything that we
application,
received was provided to you in the staff report, and largely what I covered today, the site plan and the narrative in the staff report.
Okay. Another question then, what's the height of the tallest structure that's going to be built?
There may be a question for the applicant. I believe it's 75 to 80 feet.
Was that in the application?
I don't believe so.
So we don't know. Okay. Hours of operation, was that submitted in the application?
It was not, no.
Isn't that typically criteria that's looked at with the CUP or not?
It's not something that we require, but it's certainly, good for the applicant to provide that.
Okay. But by ordinance, not a requirement.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So Mr. King said that the FAA had approved their compliance, I guess, documents. But I want to clarify something here. It says Jennifer Schildgen, she's the airport planning manager for the Idaho Department of Transportation. She wrote a letter in opposition, and it says, the location of the Sunrock plant is directly in the turn pattern which leads into an approach corridor. Possible steam, smoke, or dust could obscure the vision of pilots or create turbulence, which is considered an aviation hazard, leading to incompatible land use around the airport. So why is the difference between the FAA and what this lady, airport planning manager, or does the city of Nampa have some kind of ordinance that would apply to this that would make it, I guess, violation if they did that? Or I'm just throwing out whether we have something that can bite on this.
Mayor and Councilman, I would probably defer to the airport on that. I know that we've got some airport employees here, staff. He could probably answer better than I. As far as FAA, I believe they only look at the structure heights, not necessarily the process business that's taking place on there.
I see.
So there may be a difference in opinions. I would defer to their professional opinion.
Oh,
I was asking that, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time?
Mayor, really quick. I'm just looking at the rules and regulations of the Nampa Municipal Airport, and it does talk about just the feet. Like I had said earlier, it was talking about the 500 feet, which is what most of those airplanes go to. And so it is in here, and we'll let them speak to that, but it is in there. And then also, I'm curious what the size of the particles are that are going to be dispersed into the air. Do you have any information on that?
Mayor and Councilwoman, I don't have specifics on the emission particulate matter size. I know that our code specifies on certain size of particulates. As city staff, we're kind of limited in our ability to measure that. So we really depend on DEQ to enforce their regulations as far as air quality.
Do you know why DEQ doesn't consider what is surrounding it? Whether it's a school or a church or an airport? Do you know why that is?
Councilwoman, I can't answer that.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
I think I would recommend that we have our applicant answer the question, a couple of these questions you might come back and answer afterwards. Thank you. Okay. There are no further questions at this time, Parker. Thank you. Okay, so this is the time that we move into our public hearing. And as we get started, just a reminder, well, first of all, Shar has a list, and she's going to go right down her list. It's kind of nice to queue so that we don't spend time standing up and walking. So she will give you several names, and thank you so much for queuing for us as we get ready. Regarding the giving of your time to someone else. So if someone is in the audience and I think maybe limit it possibly up to 5 people, that like if someone wants to speak a little longer and they say, I want so-and-so has deferred their time, they need to be in the room present. And we do need to have their name so that we can cross them off the list. And so, Cheryl, I'll let you maybe instruct us as we do that, but we will allow the deferring of time, but we do need to have the person present and get their name and address so that we know what that is. And hopefully it reduces the time and we get one great communication. And then just a reminder, as was mentioned earlier, it's very helpful if you don't have something different to say, but you want to say, I agree, we will have you come forward, give your name and address so you're of record, and you can just say, I support the other testimony. But at least we have captured you and noted that you are here to say, I agree to the other testimony. It's sometimes easier not to repeat the same thing, multiple times. So I don't think I have forgotten anything. I'm going to defer to council. Did I forget anything? Okay, I think we're ready to go. Okay, Shar.
Madam Mayor, I do want to make one announcement that many of the written public comments that we received through either the city council members or through planning and zoning, they have been uploaded online. They have been distributed to all of the city council members as well, and they are available for them to review at the bench.
And as we get started, there is an empty chair right here in the front. Would someone like to sit down that isn't sitting? Thank you. Come on forward and you can have a seat because there's no reason to be standing if there's an empty chair right there. So go clear to the front, right, keep going. You get to be front and center right there. Yes, you're welcome. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our first speaker is Renee Kelly, and on deck is Patty Quinn, Stephen Tanner, and Randy Coburn.
And just a reminder, we do have 2 minutes, and thank you for coming forward and stating your name and your address, and then we'll get started.
Renee Kelly, 5416 East Victory Road. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight and for your time. I'm asking you to deny Sunrock's CUP request for the proposed concrete batch plant. I could go on and on about the health effects, bus stops, schools, property values, and road conditions, but I know you will hear plenty of that tonight. A fellow resident made an excellent point during the March Planning and Zoning meeting. She asked what Nampa wanted to be seen for. She mentioned things like the Village, downtown Boise, and Indian Creek. I've been thinking a lot about what she said. What does Nampa have to offer its residents? Honestly, when I think of Nampa and what it's known for, the cute little airport with the restaurant and the Warhawk Museum is what comes to my mind. Those are unique treasures to Nampa that no other city in the state of Idaho has. This concrete batch plant will 100% jeopardize these businesses. Thinking beyond that, nothing else significant comes to mind. When most people think of Nampa, they think of the sugar beet factory, other concrete and asphalt plants, the cheese factory and empty mall off Garrity, the plethora of industrial parks and warehouses. Also not far down the road on Robinson by the freeway is G&B. Ready Mix, a concrete batch plant that services Nampa and the Treasure Valley. They have serviced the Treasure Valley for 50 years, and from my understanding, have better prices than Sunrock. Sunrock claimed we need a batch plant because of growth in South Nampa. Well, that problem has clearly been solved. Not a good excuse. How many batch plants do we need in a 3-mile radius? Every time Sunrock opens their mouth and claims they want this batch plant to help this area, all I hear is their profit margin will increase and their expenses will decrease. We We as residents will not see a savings. That is not how this world works. Instead, we will see our area destroyed by heavy commercial vehicles. Idaho is better than this, the city of Nampa is better than this, and the residents deserve better. I understand that with this growth comes a need for businesses such as concrete batch plants, just not in this area. The thousands of homes, schools, and airport were here first. Please don't allow a business to come in.
Madam Mayor, time.
And make everyone feel like they're being pushed out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Patty Quinn.
I am Patty Quinn. I live at 601 South Blue Heron Way. So according to this permit, Sunrock will be allowed 288 cubic yards of cement an hour, 4,000 cubic yards of cement a day, 500,000 cubic yards of cement a year. As per Sunrock, they will be running 40 trucks at 5 to 6 times a day. That comes out to 220 loads of cement a day that will be coming out of that plant. As per Sunrock, they need material to make this concrete. So that's another 55 trucks that are be coming in off of Garrity, going down Apartment Alley into the plant. Okay, that's a total of 275 loads a day. If you do the math, that is a load every 5.24 minutes. So every 5 minutes, a load will be coming out. So if a load comes out, a truck's got to go in. Those will be going down Gray's Lane. They will be traveling Victory. And now what about the debris that falls off these trucks? I know they're going to do their best to clean them, but we all know there will be debris falling off of these trucks. There is a pile of cement right now, concrete right now in the middle of Garrity's turn pocket. So this debris that's going to fall on our roads, it's going to get ground up, it's going to turn into dust, and it's going to blow through our neighborhoods. It's going to get on our vehicles. It's going to land in our yards. We're going to breathe it in. It's going to blow in the air. And they're going to be running up and down Gray. Gray is considered a residential road. Victory, if you've ever driven Victory, you know what Victory is. So I'm asking, and in the words of Tom Turner, our planning commissioner, quoting him, the traffic alone will be horrendous. So thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Stephen Tanner.
Who's the queue after that?
Mayor Kling, council members, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Steve Tanner. I live at 3800 East Man of War Drive in Nampa. And I'm appearing because I live about a mile due south of the project location. And I'm concerned about traffic and also the particulates that might be floating through the air. I'm concerned about the impact of property values in my neighborhood because the traffic, as Patty was just talking about, flowing through that area of Victory and the two traffic circles there going up and down Happy Valley and Kings Road. I travel those roads every day, sometimes several times a day, and I'm concerned that it'll just make the whole area south of there a less desirable place to live because it'll be harder to get in and out of there. I'm concerned about, again, like I said, the dust and the impacts of the dust. A simple search using Google Scholar, for example, will reveal dozens of studies about the negative health effects of the dust, the concrete dust, on health. And as it flows through the air, it lands in people's property, it changes the chemical composition of the soil. We're surrounded by farms and dairy and ranches. It's just going to have an overall, I think, negative impact on the community. And so in previous meetings, there's been people that have suggested that said that they would offer to help to relocate the plant, and I would hope that would come back up for discussion again. So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Randy Coburn, and on deck is Greg Palmer, Christina Swenson, Hugh Janu, and Aubrey Miller.
My name's Randy Coburn. I live at 609 South Graves Lane in Nampa, and I'm in City Council District 2, Congresswoman Angela. All right. One thing on air pollution, one of Idaho's environmental protection ordinance says industrial can emit up to 1 pound per hour, per acre. All right, so I live on a property that's between 2 and 3 acres, so that would mean 3 pounds per hour, 72 pounds per day, 504 pounds per week, 2,160 pounds per month, and 26,352 pounds per year. And believe me, at the end of that year, I would be calling Nampa City Hall to come and bring a backhoe and dump trucks to dig me out. That's how much pollution that is allowed. Now, that might be fine for industrial use, but for light industrial and industrial that borders residential neighborhood, that is not okay. Absolutely not okay. Sunrock introduces themselves as a good neighbor and business partner, and they profess themselves to be that too. And we shouldn't trust them because they don't do what they promise they are going to do. They've been fined hundreds of thousands of dollars for violations they commit on their promises. And when they commit those promises, they cause irreparable harm and damage to the surrounding area, and we just cannot trust them to do
Madam
what
Mayor,
they say they're going to promise.
Thank you so much.
Oh, shoot.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Greg Palmer.
Good evening.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to talk this evening. My name is Greg Palmer. I live at 3213 East Victory Road, Nampa, Idaho. I want to comment about some of the comments that were made at the last planning and zoning hearing from Sunrock. Sunrock talked that they're a steward of the land. A steward of the land isn't willing to pump all the irrigation water from the reservoir or from the aquifer and take it away, okay? He mentioned something about batch plants being on airfields. They do put a portable batch plant on an airports, but the airport is the one that dictates when the batching can go on, what has to be cleaned up before the operation. Okay, they're not going to run it during the daytime when airplanes are taking off and landing. It's done at night. That's how that works. I brought up the part about him operating 24/7. When he came up to do his rebuttal, he had to be asked a second time to clarify what he's saying because no one can hear what he had to say. He mumbled it. He was afraid to say that it was a 24/7 operation. I witnessed a truck turning into the recycling center the other day coming home from work. It had to swerve onto eastbound traffic to make that right-hand turn because it's so narrow going across Mason Creek. The road going down to this on Cajun Lane, I think is what you're calling it nowadays, is narrower than that. There's a power pole right on the corner of it. There's concrete barriers on the left side so they don't go into Mason Creek. How are you going to get a 2-lane road down what was a driveway to a dairy? I just don't see it. I want to take a quote from a movie that I heard that said, calling me sir is like putting an elevator in an outhouse. It just doesn't fit. There's nothing different about putting this plant where you want to put it. It just doesn't fit.
Thank you.
Thank you, people.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Christina Swenson, and on deck is Hugh Janu, Aubrey Miller, Brittany Egbert, and Dan Whitehead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Christine Swinson. I live at 322 Buckskin Court in Nampa. I'm here tonight to make the point that this concrete plant does not fit in the vicinity of this area. According to the conditions required for a CUP, it's not compatible. There's 1,000 homes south of it. Years ago, I turned down an offer, or I did not buy a house because of power lines that ran through the backyard. I definitely would not buy the house I live in today with a concrete plant less than half a mile away because of the health concerns. I have small children now. I have an article here that I just pulled up after listening to the Sunrock representative talk about cement plants versus concrete plants. It's quoting a concrete plant by kinder.rice.edu. Particulate matter is linked to serious health conditions, including reduced lung development in children, higher rates of asthma, bronchitis, heart disease, and cancer. That was my one-year-old son that my father-in-law just took out of here. I'm asking you to please not risk my family's health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Hugh Janu. Okay, so moving on, it's Aubrey Miller, and on deck is Brittany Egbert, Dan Whitehead, Andrew George, and Cindy Fritz.
Hello, my name is Aubrey Miller. I live at 1042 East Ustick Road, Meridian, 83646. I am a pilot, and I'm on the Nampa Airport Commission. Our goal was to provide City Council with enough supporting FAA documentation, Idaho land use guidelines, and Idaho code in our letter submitted last week to make this evening's decision based on laws and safety. The aviation industry is familiar with the FAA's Aeronautical Information Manual. Section 7 addresses flight hazards, and it says to avoid flight in the vicinity of exhaust plumes, smokestacks, and cooling towers. Pilots are expected to give 1,000 feet of clearance from all visible or invisible steam exhaust or smokestacks. Sunrock's 8-story high exhaust-emitting structures are located directly under, penetrating the traffic pattern, and are placed exactly 686 feet from the center line of the runway. This violates the easement of 1975 that extends to Victory Road. It violates Idaho Code 21-513 Declaration of Policy by not enacting and maintaining or maximizing safety precautions to air commerce, and it violates state and federal grant assurances the city's agreed to in order to receive approximately $11 million in the last 20 years. These three reasons on this one issue supersede any FAA 7460 forms or EPA quality control documents provided for this project. These documents even say they cannot override city or state laws and ordinances. Also, the FAA form, it's not a permit, only looks at structures and not what comes out of the structure. The needless loss of life did occur with a similar structure, similar unnecessary structure built next to the Burley Airport in 2023. The 1928 established Nampa Municipal Airport houses well over $100 million in physical assets, and as an airport advisory commission established by the Nampa City Council, we advise you this is a safety hazard.
Madam Mayor,
thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, quick question.
Yes, Aubrey, could you come back? There is a question. Thank you,
So does that
Councilwoman.
clarify what Victor was saying then, Councilmember Rodriguez?
I hope so. The thing is that as a municipality, even if the FAA on those forms that they gave to you, even if it determines it's not a hazard, you could still build there regardless. The way that you become accountable for it is when an accident happens and then you're sued. So that FAA form only talks about the structure. It does not talk about what comes out of the structure or the land uses next to an airport.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, so follow up with Reynolds and then Rodriguez.
Are you done?
Are you done?
Yeah,
Did you have
go ahead.
So thank you for that information. You did actually clear it up.
You bet.
Which goes back to Councilman Bill's first question of the height issue. What is 21,513? That we just mentioned that in your information. Idaho Code 21,513.
I did include it on my letter, and I've got that right here.
So the letter, while you're doing that, so from the letter from Jennifer Schlickby is actually confirmed by your information.
Yes, I did quote her letter. And I do want to be clear, she did not write that in support or opposition of the structure hazard. She gave advice on the land uses.
Right, that's a
so
land
I
use
just want to
issue.
clarify that.
Right.
But it's very good information on that. And so it's on page 3 of the letter that the commission submitted. An aviation hazard as defined by Idaho Code is contrary to public interest, and minimum safety precautions to air commerce must be enacted and maintained. So an instruction to include steam, smoke, dust that penetrates on an imaginary surface and has adverse effect on the safe and efficient utilization of the navigable airspace. So right now at 500 feet, that's where our ultralight and helicopters come in, and at 1,000 feet above the ground level, that's where the regular fixed wing come in. So regardless if there is wind or not, you are always going to have steam in basically our roadway in the sky in order to either land or take off. So as you're sitting there at the end of 1-1 over there, you will have to be looking through smoke or steam to see people in the traffic pattern. And if you do decide to move forward, if you do allow Sunrock to move forward with something like that, the traffic pattern altitude will have to change. There's just no getting around it. You will have to increase that height at least 500 feet, 500 and 80 feet, because I think that's the top, that's the highest point that was written on the air quality report. It wasn't included on the CUP form, but it was on the air quality report. There's 3 buildings that will be 75 to 80 feet tall, which again, we are in a 1-story building. It will be the equivalent of 8 of these on top of each other. So that's right next to an airport. I don't know if you familiarized yourself with the Burley accident, but it's a very similar type structure. It was under different circumstances, but it was under instrument approach and instrument rules. And so that means from a pilot standpoint, you have to be much more efficient. And that lady, may she rest, she wasn't as lucky. She went through that steam, and there was a density altitude issue that happened, and she lost about 150 feet in 7 seconds. So she was doing everything correctly, and on her glide slope, that she didn't clear the buildings. So at our airport, we have people who work under visual flight rules, so their efficiency level is not going to be it's not going to be as tight, I guess, as what an instrument pilot would have. So you're going to be working with less experienced people. There's a lot of distractions coming into the traffic pattern as you approach, both from on top and from below. I don't know if you've ever been in the air, but it can be kind of disorienting when you're approaching an airport to try to get yourself in and in line with everybody. So it is an unnecessary distraction. I do think that the Aeronautical Information Manual, that is an FAA-approved document that all pilots you use when you take your pilot's tests, both flying as well as your verbal tests that you do before you go up and fly and demonstrate your proficiency. That's something that every single pilot has to know and be aware of before they get their pilot's license.
Oh, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Reynolds. Yes.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So from reading the report on the Burley incident, it was my understanding that that was an unpermitted installation with the FAA. Is that correct?
From what I understand, yes. They too would have been able to have applied for that Form 60 form. But again, any city can still approve something that's deemed non-hazardous or hazardous. It doesn't matter. You can determine that. And so from the FAA's standpoint, they can come in and advise and advise and advise, but do you really want the feds telling the municipality what to do? It really is what you want to do as a city. And from our standpoint, those buildings, in that letter, we did talk about wind shear as well. That is a hazard that we see as an airport commission. And so we recommend that if you decide not yet tonight, at the very least, a land use compatibility study should be done, since that abuts the airport. Reason being, at the last meeting, if I understand correctly, Sunrock mentioned they might have open water recycling ponds, and that's something that is not recommended next to an airport. In fact, they recommend 5,000 feet for anything open water to be placed next to an airport. So that's the equivalent of almost a mile. So having open water ponds is not a solution to the problem.
Madam Mayor, follow-up? Yes. So correct me if I'm wrong, but you made it sound like the cities can override FAA rules, and I don't think that's the case. I mean, the FAA permit is required. It's something anybody would have to get building next to an airport. Is that correct?
So that is a form. It's not a permit. There's a difference. So what that form, and you can help me if I'm incorrect here, but that form basically says that that structure is complying with the corridor in which aircraft can land. And what's interesting about this one, it's not in the takeoff and landing, say, corridor, the cone that comes off the end of the runway. Their stacks are going to be to the side of the runway, and that's going to be directly under our airspace that we have to use in order to land. So those forms don't take into consideration anything that comes out of it. It's only the structure itself. And so if I understand Idaho's land use guidelines correctly, their language is actually more strict than what the FAA has. So what they say is that if there's anything that could encroach or be a safety issue on the landing and takeoff for an airport, that would be you shouldn't build anything next to that. So that's one of the reasons we cited the land use guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Griffins.
Could we hear from staff? I know you had mentioned to have them correct you if there was any.
I'm wrong, yeah, right.
And I don't think you're wrong. I just would like to hear from staff as well.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin. That was much louder than I anticipated. Aubrey Miller is correct. That is an FAA form, and it's not a recommendation, and it only takes into account the actual structure, not any emissions from the structure.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mayor, one more follow-up for Aubrey. Thank you so much for the information. Can you explain to us really quickly about the grant and how this could affect whether or not the airport gets their airport grant, or if you have to pay back that $11 million?
I'm afraid to do this, but I'll try, and Lindsay can correct me if I'm wrong. But there are grant assurances that when we apply for grants at the airport, the FAA grants they take care of anywhere between 90 to 95% of the cost of maintaining the taxiways and the runway. And in order to receive that funding, we have to assure these FAA grants in the grant writing process that we will take reasonable measures to ensure that incompatible operations won't happen next to the airport. And if the FAA or the state, and even the state gives some money for upkeep on the runways and taxiways, and like I say, they're about 5 to 7% at a time, and then the city, the airport itself, makes up about the other, anywhere between 3 to 5% of that. If they don't take reasonable measures to ensure appropriate land use next to the airport, the city would be liable and would have to pay back the last 20 years worth of grants that have been provided to the city. So, you bet. Did I get that? Do I need to clarify, or are we good?
Mayor, again, Aubrey is correct that we have to take reasonable measures, and if we are not found in compliance, we may have to pay back any federal grants we got.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Brittany Egbert. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I will repeat again. The next speaker is Brittany Egbert.
Is Brittany here? Okay, so what's the rest of our lineup?
Our next speaker then is Dan Whitehead, and on deck is Andrew George, Cindy Fritz, Carson Spear, and Glenn Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Dan Whitehead. I'm the Vice President of Aviation for Mission Aviation Fellowship, and I am also a resident of Nampa. I live at 410 Morning Sun Drive. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in the process tonight. Mission Aviation Fellowship would like to ask you to deny this appeal for the proposal of the plant adjacent to the airport, and we base that request on 2 areas that we see as aviation safety concerns. Aubrey just talked about the first one quite a bit, so I won't spend a lot of time on that, and that has to do with visibility and the problem that emissions can cause with that. As she mentioned, most actually of our operations at the Nampa Airport are done under visual flight rules. That means that pilots are responsible to see and avoid other airplanes. That's not possible if there's a cloud of smoke in the way and you can't see them. So that's an important part of aviation safety and what we do. And so we believe that where the emissions would be located from this plant would be a significant safety concern in the traffic pattern. The second thing that I'd like to mention hasn't been mentioned yet tonight, but we have a lot of experience in Mission Aviation Fellowship around the world of transporting cement. We do it in our airplanes all the time. And one thing that we have learned is that cement and aluminum don't mix. As you guys know, most of our aircraft in this area are constructed mostly of aluminum. And you got to be really careful with cement because it will corrode aluminum real quickly. So any kind of cement dust that can get on an aircraft surface and is then later on exposed to any kind of moisture will begin to deteriorate that airplane pretty quickly, causing a lot of costly and timely delays and repairs. So we see that as a concern that any aircraft operator or owner would have in regard to this kind of an operation. MAF enjoys a wonderful relationship with the airport and the city. We believe that the airport's an important part of what makes Nampa a great place to live.
Madam Mayor, time.
And we would like to thank you for considering that tonight.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Andrew George.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, everybody. My name is Andrew George, 221 North Pilatus. I operate an aviation supply store at that address as well as my general construction company. I'm also a commercial pilot, and I fly frequently in and out of Boise. I'm also the president of the Idaho Aviation Association, 1,600-member advocacy group that we preach safety, education, and the preservation of aviation here in Idaho. I concur with Ms. Miller's statements as well as the gentleman just prior to me in regards to concerns that you need to weigh in this particular matter. The other thing I'd like to point out to you is that the safety aspect of aviation is most critical in the departure and arrival phase of flight. It's when our conditions are the least capable of being responsive and when the conditions around us can affect us more than anything else. The height of the tower is obviously a concern, but when we look at the overall behaviors of pilots, we are incredibly safe. It's an industry that has a great track record. And the reason why it has a great track record is because we look at risk and then we find ways to mitigate those risks so that we aren't putting ourselves in jeopardy, our clients, or our passengers. It's really that simple. As pilots and aviators, we're concerned about the height of that tower, the dust emissions, the steam, excuse me, whatever may come off of that. Because at those phases of flight, we have to be more focused and more capable than during the durations during cruise flight. And so we just want you to consider those aspects deeply. It is important that we don't put ourselves at risk over a tax revenue or a basis or conditional permits and things of that nature, that the city council has the flexibility and subjectiveness to change and alter. Just like a building code, you can adopt a code and then you can make modifications that fit your environment and your community. We're asking you to kind of look at the same situation here with safety in our mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cindy Fritz, and on deck is Carson Spear, Glenn Cruz, Cheryl Barnett, and Justin Harrison.
I never like following Andrew. I'm not as eloquent. My name is Cindy Fritz, and I reside at 5514 Howard Lane, so I'm a resident. I'm a pilot, but I'm a hangar owner as well. So I'm asking you to deny this permit. I think this is a safety hazard to the airport. An 8-story structure mid-field would be right in line with any kind of emergency maneuvers for landing and departing aircraft. I believe the steam from the stacks reduces the visibility and creates hazards. Air shows. We have great air shows here, but they are not down the runway. They are across the runway. If you've seen the air shows, they circle the runway. I believe that would be an impediment to the air shows that the Warhawk, the Spirit of Flight, and any other place would be. I think it's an economic impact to the Warbirds and the Warhawk. I think it's an economic impact to the proposed new terminal. I think having a view shed of a concrete plant with smokestacks and the dust and everything that would bring.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Could you get closer to the mic, because I'm not
so
picking
sorry.
you
I'm
up
shaking.
all the time.
I'll shake this.
That's okay. I have stopped your time. So.
Oh, that's fine. I'll be brief.
You can turn the mic down just a little bit, so when you're looking, there you go. Thank you.
And you can see my face. Okay. I'm sorry.
Thank
you. No, I believe it will be an economic impact to the new terminal and the restaurant there. It's going to be right in the view shed. It will be noisy, and it'll be dusty. I also, being a resident, I don't believe that the variance for heavy industrial is warranted for this area. This heavy industrial is going to bring noise, it's going to bring dust, smokestacks, but it's going to bring the traffic. This area was light industrial. It was meant for light industrial, and I don't think a light industrial business would bring this kind of impact to the area. I believe that we should keep anything in there, light industrial, not heavy industrial. So that's about it, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Carson Spear.
Carson Spear, 12451 West Able Drive, Star, Idaho, but I work at and basically live at the Warhawk Air Museum, 201 Municipal Drive in Nampa. The Warhawk Air Museum is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year and our 22nd annual Warbird Roundup Air Show. Many of the people in this room, along with thousands of folks from this great city, attend our air show each year at the Nampa Municipal Airport and look forward to seeing these awesome warbirds fly around and learn about our rich aviation and military history, and most importantly, sharing that important educational and patriotic experience with our kids and grandkids. Aubrey cited the specifics very eloquently. MAF, Andrew, Cindy all echoed those concerns. The Warhawk is very concerned that our air show will cease to exist if Sunrock builds this lot. These airplanes are over 80 years old, and even with all the guarantees we've heard about fugitive dust mitigation, if there's even a hint of danger, the planes will choose not to come here, and our community will lose out on this historic event. Besides the potential to lose our beloved air show, the museum will lose out on our largest revenue-generating event, and the museum could be faced with ceasing to exist. We understand and agree with the outpouring of community safety, noise, traffic, and aviation concerns, and we thank you for hearing the concerns of the Warhawk Air Museum and ask that Nampa leadership stand strong on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Glenn Cruz, and on deck is Cheryl Barnett, Justin Harrison, Patty Evans, and Marcia Kinsella.
Good evening.
Oh, my name is Glenn Cruz. I own Blue Max Aviation Service at the Nampa Airport. I'm an aircraft technician, a commercial pilot, and a flight instructor. Any tall structure you put near
Excuse
the
me, could you
runway, can you hear me okay?
Your address, please.
Oh, sorry. 525 South Tressa Place.
Thank you.
Any tall structure near the runway will disrupt the wind blowing out of the south. This makes landing difficult. You will have an accident, I guarantee it. The last airport I was at wanted to put a trolley line at the end of the runway, and the county pointed to their safety reports and FAA studies saying it was safe. After a few years, an airplane did finally hit those wires. The project met all the requirements, but it was not safe. I've observed many helicopters flying into this airport, both civilian and military. They normally fly the recommended pattern, but when the weather is terrible, they like to go directly to the middle of the airport, and sometimes across that very property you're talking about, and I've seen them as low as 100 feet coming across that property. They are not obligated to fly the recommended pattern all the time. This can be a real problem when the visibility gets low, and especially at night when you can't really see where you're going. They are not obligated to fly what we would normally fly as a pattern like the fixed-wing airplanes. But anyways, I hope you don't approve this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Cheryl Barnett.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Barnett, and I live at 2812 Fox Place in Nampa, just about a mile away from the proposed plant. And my husband is a brown bus driver. He drives school bus for the route, and when he heard about it, he's like, it's so dangerous. You can't believe how many times the bus stops along that route. So I went and looked online, and there is literally 80 stops. All the little stars, I didn't have enough stickers to put on, so I'm on between Victory, Amity, Grays, Kings, and Happy Valley. There's 80 stops a day just from Brown Bus, and I've been told that there's other ones, charters, that come into, and I didn't get those, but I thought 80 bus stops, and I just can't imagine how a concrete truck is going to stop behind a bus constantly, going down Victory, going down Kings, and wait for up to 5 minutes for all the little kids to get off, you know, get back on, whatever. But it's twice a day, and I just think it's a little bit much. So that's my main concern, is the children. There's no sidewalks along most of these roads, only Grays and Kings. And it's very dangerous. I see the little kids on bikes. Took a video of one almost falling on the road the other day. So I'm like, those concrete trucks are going to knock them on the road. So that's my main concern, is the kids. So nobody else has addressed that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, just a moment. Yes, Councilman Bills. Question? Okay.
Yes.
So the map that you've put together, and this may need council's input, can that map be entered into the record, or?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bills, I was pushing my button just to say that. If Ms. Barnett could leave the map up here and we could take a picture of it and include it in the record, and then anybody that wants to look at it can.
Sure, and I downloaded the information from the Brown website, and I printed out all the addresses for each one. So, and that's not even counting. There's 4 schools, I think, in the district in that area. So, sure.
Thank you very much. And we will get that, we'll get that back to you, but we will get a picture of it and have it in the record.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for catching that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ms. Barnett, maybe if you could just put it over there on the side so people could see it if they were testifying.
There we go. Thank you, James.
Yeah, I really wanted
Could
Sunrock to
just
see
lean
it.
it against the council.
There you go.
Sunrock.
Got it.
Okay, still need to see it. If we can just lean it against the,
Thank you,
there we go.
Good job, Keith. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Justin Harrison, and on deck is Patty Evans, Marcia Kinsella, and Julie Shellhorn, Walter Adams.
Mayor and Council, Justin Harrison, 3612 East Rolling Green, in Nampa, of course. I'm just south of the airport there, president of the HOA and a pilot and local resident. Sunrock said they followed all the rules, but they did some ground clearing and demolition without a stormwater prevention pollution plan and also without permits. During the movement of this material, you're going to have loaders filling hoppers, a lot of stuff being unloaded. I work within range of 3 of those companies, and they dust out our boats where I work every day, all day long, and they do all the watering, and they have all the rules just like everybody else. So it will happen. It is wash material, but when it dries up and gets dumped out, it does make a cloud, and it will not stop. The noise there will not be able to be mitigated. There will be no way to get it, be a berm to stop the noise. We can hear the cows in the morning from my house, so I know it's something we're going to hear. Pouring jobs, you don't stop pouring a cement job. So for them to somehow mitigate how trucks go through at certain times is impossible. You have to have things flow, and you can't go in the middle of a job and go, well, we're going to wait an hour. It's not going to happen. During inversion conditions, I reiterate what Aubrey was saying and everyone else on the pilot side of things. I personally have an engine out at an airport and destroyed my plane. You do not need any more unsafe conditions to be, put upon you. We don't need any more risk. It's hard enough as it is. So I appreciate your time. And I was wondering why the city didn't buy this property for future use of the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you know what? I've had a request of our council to take a 10-minute break. Okay. So I apologize, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:40, and we'll pick up that line so you can get your line back. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Excuse us. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get started. Can everyone hear me? Shall we do as they do in school? If you hear me, clap once. If you hear me, clap twice. I think we're there. Thank you, guys. I was in a meeting today, and they did that to get us to, focus, so I thought it works. A meeting we all missed, yeah. No, it's what they do at school, I think. Okay. So I think we're ready to go again, and would you like to go down the list? I think it is Patty that's ready to go. Are you Patty?
I'm Patty.
Yes, thank you. And then after Patty, we have...
So before I list everyone, I do want...
You can stay there, Patty, yeah.
You can stay there. I do want to let everyone know that we have approximately 20 more people that have done an advanced sign-up, but I did have some inquiries, so I want to make sure that everyone understands that we are just going down the list of people that have done an advanced sign-up. Once that is done, the mayor will then ask if there's anyone else in the audience that would like to speak, and at that point, then you can come up and we would hear your testimony.
And then I will remind everyone, if it's already been said, you don't have to repeat it, but you're welcome to come up and give your name and address and say, I support the other comments or whatever, but rather than repeating what's already been said.
And so, Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Patty Evans, and on deck is Marcia Kinsella, Julie Shellhorn, Walter Adams, Sydney Holgreen, and Donita Martin.
Thank you, Patty.
Are we really ready?
We're really ready.
Okay, awesome. My name is Patty Evans. I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place, better known as Ground Zero. If you look at that map, you see the little square of houses on the bottom? I live right in the middle of that. My house, our house, Glenn and I's house, 700 yards from where Sunrock wants to put this. It doesn't belong here. Glenn and I, we grow our own food. We have chickens. What they eat, we eat. We eat what we're growing. Concrete dust falls on that. It's a carcinogenic. It is bad for us. It's bad for us to breathe. I don't know about y'all. I'm from South Texas. The weather up here is awesome. We can open the windows and enjoy great air on days like this, but with concrete dust, we're not going to be able to. We're going to have to close up our houses, run up our energy bills. So this is something that I do not see as compatible use in our area. The only reason, or the only persons, or the people here who think that this is a good idea is Sunrock. I think that everyone in this room is not in favor of this. The only reason Sunrock wants it is because they're going to line their pockets at the expense of the rest of us in our living quality, in the value of our homes, and the traffic. Oh my gosh, Nampa has changed so much in the 6 years since I came here. I'm so glad that I work from home. So not only will I be living, but I will be working in this environment. And I sit next to my window when I work, and I sleep next to my window. So this is a bad idea, and I don't think that it should be approved. I think it should be denied. I don't think it needs to go back to the Planning and Zoning Committee. No remanding this. It should be ended here, tonight, and now. And I think the room would agree with me. Thank you for your time.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Marcia Kinsella.
Marcia Kinsella, 2434 East Park Ridge Drive, Nampa, Idaho. And in the beginning, 39 North Pickard Lane is a dirt driveway, and halfway up is a closed gate. That's why nobody saw any of the signs the first time, because we're not going to drive up a private lane. So when the sign announcing that there would be a concrete batch plant, the public couldn't see it. The application started in the original permit that said it was incorrectly stated and mostly agriculture with a few rural houses. Well, it's residential. No mention of the museum or the 2,500 houses that are there. Why didn't he include them? The CUNA plant that they have was in violation for a torn filter. Boise, at their plant there, has been polluting the Boise River for a very long time. I think it's 2008 to 2014. And they are letting Sunrock be responsible, and they will be in charge of doing their own inspections and record keeping on this. Can we trust them to do this? I haven't worked before. They didn't get a permit to tear down the outbuildings that were built in the area, or the time frame of the 50s and 60s, which probably had asbestos in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Julie Shellhorn.
My name is Julie Shellhorn. My address is 2930 Garrity Boulevard here in Nampa. My family has been in Idaho our entire lives. I wanted to clarify a couple of things. We have been building hangars at the Nampa Municipal Airport since our one company did the sewer and water expansions back in 2015. We've done 4 complexes.
Would you turn your mic up?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We've already completed 4 complexes and are going to be starting our 5th as soon as we can get all engineering together and our permits. I'd like to clarify with Sunrock talking about building the airport. I don't believe they've ever actually been awarded a contract for the municipal airport. Providing something and actually building are 2 different things. As contractors, we put our money and our life on the line for these projects. They are our heart and soul, and we look forward to completing these for pilots. My husband is a 2nd-generation pilot. My son is a 3rd generation, and I hope that eventually one or 2 of both of my grandsons will be pilots. Looking at the area and just kind of driving out there, there are no other structures that are 80 foot in height. Even Idaho Asphalt's tallest is 40 feet. I think maybe Amalgamated Sugar might be the highest, but it's quite a ways away. So the structure heights do concern me. The other thing that I'd like to ask, and maybe Sunrock can clarify, is I'm concerned about whether or not there's been conversations of expanding. They own the one parcel, but are there conversations to expand and purchase other parcels in the area? And what's to stop them from expanding or purchasing those additional parcels to the property that they're wanting to develop? I think that hits everything. I concur with everything that the airport had to say, other pilots and other businesses on the field, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Walter Adams, and on deck is Sidney Holgreen, Donita Martin, Tina DeBauer, Doris Phillips, and Arlen Hacker.
Well, it's always different with me, okay? So that.
Hey,
but I've been in a lot of places.
Go ahead and share your name and address real quick. We'll start with that.
My name and address? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I usually speak what's on my mind instead of what people tell me. My name is Walter Adams, and it's 4012 East Jasmine Court. And we don't need the cement
Mr.
plant
Adams,
blowing smoke.
Yeah, you need to come this way since you're addressing this group. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Somebody control my mic?
Yeah, it's good. We can hear you. It's working.
Okay.
Good
Let's
job.
say this. In a lot of places I've lived, nothing compares to Idaho climate-wise, okay? And very few places compared to Idaho dust-wise. So we don't need a plant making more dust falling out on people, regardless of likes and dislikes. Something's bad or something's good. There's only 2 sides to everything. Common sense usually puts you on the right side. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Sidney Holgreen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sidney Holgreen. I live at 204 South Buttercup Court, Nampa, Idaho. So I've been going through a few things here, and I remember, I've lived here for 22 years, when Victory Road was smooth for 45 seconds. And then Sunrock said, hey, we built the roundabout at Kings Road. that's when it all went downhill again. It was smooth, it was perfect. Even those trucks coming in to build a roundabout have destroyed Victory Road even more. And more importantly, get the glasses off, I would like to bring up the point that they have wrapped up a great little package with a tight bow and the box is empty. If they have not done strategic studies of everything that you have asked for, that's negligence on their part. Also, this cannot be built. I mean, sure, the fire department will come in later and say, tell us what you want, we'll make it fire ready. This right here, they have to purchase at least the company in front of them. I have called the companies that are right there. They want to stay neutral. They are not happy about this. And as of the meteorological information, I'm going to quote Rexburg. The arsenic setback, 80 yards. Arsenic will at least go 80 yards, and the same with chromium. Now, you put any sort of wind on that, it's going to go out past Amity and over the airport. I think they've done everything. I think they just won't want to say it because it does not look good. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Donita Martin.
My name is Donita Martin. I live at 227 South Grace Lane, Nampa, Idaho. I am in favor of growth when it is the result of informed decisions, concern and consideration and vision for the impact area, cooperation between business, government, and community entities, when growth enhances, benefits, and does no harm. I oppose this concrete batch plant. I do not feel that the initial award of the conditional use permit was an informed decision. Victory Road, when it intersected at Happy Valley, had very, very deep grooves from trucks already. How wonderful that we have a roundabout and it's smooth there now. What's going to happen to the rest of Victory Road? I don't believe that the road bed is deep enough for that heavy weight. I could be wrong. I mean, I really don't know, but it just doesn't seem to fit common sense. Also, the infrastructure is narrow. That's a narrow road. It lacks any shoulder at all, especially on the side where the creek is. It's not safe. B, under concern, consideration, and vision. Sunrock says they care about neighbors. I haven't been contacted. They haven't submitted any extra stuff since February 27th. 350 feet to 1,000 feet is too narrow of area of impact. The whole Treasure Valley that needs cement is too wide. The community most impacted from the Victory Road with the school buses, et cetera, that's the area. Sunrock has not made one mention of anything south of Victory, as if we don't even exist. I can tell they care a lot.
Madam Mayor, time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Tina DeBoer, and on deck is Doris Phillips, Arlen Hacker, Christina Rhodes, and David Miller.
Madam Mayor and council members, thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. My name is Tina DeBoer. I live at 5925 East Victory Road in Nampa, Idaho, better known as the Superhighway in Nampa, Idaho. I just have a couple little things personally that I'm going to share. Last time I spoke on my husband's behalf, he used to be an owner of GB Ready Mix, was in the industry for a long, long time. I shared a lot of facts. I'm not going to do that this time. Last time at one of the meetings, a statement that the Sunrock rep made, he said, that he goes, you don't understand that we want to come in here and offer a service for less money so we can help you build your dream homes. And I thought he gut punched me. because I went, he doesn't get it. We're all here to preserve our way of life. We're living in our dream homes. I live on a beautiful 2-acre piece of property, residential ag, that's being destroyed. And so that hit me really hard. And then my next comment is a vision for Nampa. Do we want to be known as the industrial city of Treasure Valley? We've got the cheese factory, the sugar beet factory, the Amazon industrial complex, apartment alley on Happy Valley, and a failed shopping center off of Garrity. Caldwell's vision with the Indian Creek area is incredible. A destination place with a mix of entertainment, food, and shopping. Citizens can go and enjoy the area for free. The Village in Meridian, same concept. As a Nampa resident, I don't want to be known as the industrial city of Treasure Valley. I listened to Tucker Carlson talk one time. He went to another country and went to this place, and he couldn't believe how beautiful the place was. And he said, what makes a beautiful, wonderful place to live? Beauty, safety, and cleanliness. We've lived in Nampa here longer than Sunrock has been operating in Idaho. We're small business owners. I serve on an Idaho nonprofit. We're involved. We contribute to the state of Idaho and Nampa. We're contributing members of our community. Now we wish we could leave. East Victory between Robinson and Happy Valley no longer feels safe. I watched a motorcyclist die in my neighbor's front yard due to the traffic. We call the police, they come when they can, write more tickets. Call the highway district numerous times. They finally lowered the speed limit to 35. Try to get them to put solid lines, put flashing lights on speed limit, around the speed limit signs. Educate people on roundabouts that they're not racetracks.
Madam Mayor, time.
So all I want to say is, will Nampa be known as the industrial eyesore of the Treasure Valley? I sure hope not, because the place that I've loved to live, I no longer want to live here. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Doris Phillips.
Good evening. I'm Doris Phillips, 220 South Ivy Street, Nampa. I'm a lifetime resident of Nampa, and I just want to say that I concur with the other testimony that's been given. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Arlen Hacker, and on deck is Christina Rhodes, David Miller, Ross Barham, Christopher Allen, and Gordon Page.
My name is Arlen Hacker. I live at 43 South Pitt Lane in Napa, Idaho. We've lived here since 1982. I'm opposed to the concrete plant. I agree with the concerns about emissions, traffic, air safety, and Sunrock's veracity. I want to remind the mayor that during the discussion of the airport expansion, she wanted the airport to be the best little airport in the West. You will not get that if you're going to take and agree to this.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Christina Rhodes.
I'm referring to my son, Ben Rhodes.
Address? All right, my name's Ben Rhodes. I live at 924 North 52nd Street in Nampa. I'm also the president of T-Craft Aero Club. At the Nampa Airport, we have 120 members and 7 aircraft there at the club. I have a couple questions. I want to know where the aggregate is being made. I understand that they're trucking in the pit run, and then they're going to crush it on site. Rock crushers create noise level of 85 plus dB. With all the equipment, the noise levels are about 108 to 122 dB. And F-35 that they wanted to bring to Boise operates at 115 to 120 decibels. The backup alarms have to be louder than that. I also repeat or long exposures of noise above 85 dBs could cause hearing loss, and it's going to be a 24-hour operation when they're doing all their crushing. As a pilot myself, both commercial, retired military, I flew fighter jets, but we have 2 instrument approaches into the Nampa Airport, one of them being a circling approach. That means we come down, we get visual with the runway, and then we circle around. That procedure, we are 523 feet above the ground. That's the RNAV Bravo that goes into runway 29. The RNAV GPS that goes into runway 11, it drops us down to 250 feet above the ground. We don't circle out of that maneuver, but if something happens, your landing gets blotched or anything else, you're now committed in the landing phase of that, and you're in instrument rules. Yes, need to be proficient, we need to do our job right, but there are times, wind errors, things, these are small aircraft, a little wind gust can move them either way by hundreds of feet. So we are dropping down into that environment, and that is kind of our go-to and get out spot, is to go south of the airport, not north, where there's actually more population, the airport and hangars. That's all I have, and thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, quick question follow-up to that.
Okay, Ben?
Yeah.
Really quick, can you explain to us, so when you say that you drop down in that 500 feet or below the 250 feet and you do that circular pattern at that 500 feet, can you explain to us what that smoke would do to that flight pattern, that circular?
Yeah, so that particular approach is you come down and you go to a minimum level. So that is actually, it's 523 feet above the ground, which puts it at like 3,000 whatever above sea level. But you maintain a visual with the runway. So say you come in on that approach for runway 29, but you're going to land on runway 11. So you now maintain a visual with the landing environment and the runway you intend to land on, which is now runway 11. So you might see it when you're coming in on 29, but as soon as you start the maneuver, you lose sight of the runway. You now have to then do a misapproach procedure, which is probably the most dangerous thing that happens in aviation. That's where most accidents occur, is by going by misapproach. But if you lose that runway environment from that smoke or dust or anything else, then you actually have to execute that procedure, which is now a climbing turn back towards the landing runway or the runway environment. So you're down low, you're staying visual, you lose sight of the runway, you now actually turn back towards the runway. So if you went to the south of it on your procedure, you went up, you could be back into that instrument environment where you can't see, and you could be in the possibility of hitting a tower or something there. And it will TERPS that with all of this. So even with all of this is done, the FAA will probably have to come in and reevaluate our instrument procedures for the Nampa Airport. Because right now we don't have obstacles there, and it's all put on that of what the obstacles are.
Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Question, Mayor?
Oh, Ben, another question.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
So objectively, what is the existing operation, the recycle of
the
wood products and
recycling?
concrete?
So I've been to that recycling plant. They use tub grinders and a lot of water there to do their stuff. There's nothing there that is a high obstacle. As far as the dust, I have not seen any dust off of that plant or the recycling environment. There's nothing, I haven't personally seen it, and I fly in and out of that airport all the time. But there's nothing tall and obstructive from the recycle plant that's there. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know, because there's something that's already there, so there's two sides of the argument, it seems. One, it's already there, so our new one should be allowed. The other is it's already there, it's a problem, we don't want to add to
That
it.
doesn't have any tall structures involved with it.
Okay.
The highest thing is probably a loader.
So the structure is as much of your objection as...
Well, the structures and the noise level really concerns me. Just from a safety, we're less than 1,000 yards away. Tomorrow we have our plane wash. We'll have 50, 60 members out there for 4 to 5 hours washing our airplanes and cleaning them up, and we're less than 1,000 yards away. If the noise levels are that of an F-35, are we expected to be wearing noise protection the whole time we're out there? So the noise actually concerns me as much or more than the dust itself.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, and one more question. Councilman
Yes,
Haverfield.
I've been holding my question, so quick one. The runway protection zone off the ends of the runways, obviously, there are height restrictions for obvious reasons. So my question is, off the sides of the runways, how far does the runway protection zone go to the sides of the landing strips?
So it depends on the type of approach that's there. So when they build the instrument approaches going in there they do the cone just like Audrey talked about. They put the cones off the end of the runways. Then they put a circle around there depending on the speed of your aircraft. So if I went in there in the A-10, it would be a lot more than my, say, Cessna. If I went in with the Boeing 767, it's going to be a lot more than my A-10. And they take those and they'll step them out for the size and the speed of the aircraft. So the highest thing that we have around there for the small aircraft that fly in there, I would have to look at I could look on my phone, but the actual instrument approach, and it will put that highest obstacle there. That was what drives the 523 feet above the ground. So if something goes in there higher, they'll take and start raising that up, like Audrey talked about, so everything starts moving up. Well, the other thing that isn't brought in is Boise Airport flies airplanes right over the top of us as well at like 2,500-ish feet above the ground. So if we start stepping up, we're now encroaching into that airspace on what Boise does and what Big Sky Approach has for it as well. So, that.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Madam? Yes.
Councilman Haverfield? Am I allowed to provide clarification
Crystal?
on that answer, please?
Yes.
Councilman Haverfield?
Crystal, could you just state who you are that is speaking?
Absolutely. I'm Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. We have an easement signed in 1975 for all property owners adjacent to the airport. That easement calls out vertical height restrictions for any building, structure, tree, plant, crop, or other objects that prohibit or impair visibility in the vicinity of the airport. That is at a 7-to-1 transitional slope surface from the center of the runway.
So, I'm sorry, Mayor.
So, yes, Council.
So that says a lot. Basically, I'm asking is any height restrictions as from the terminal to the sides, at what point would something that's 70 to 80 feet tall be allowed and still be able to meet those, that height restriction? I'm sorry.
May I share an exhibit, Mayor?
Yes.
Or do I need to wait until, okay.
And then also, how does wind shear affect the height of those buildings in relation to smaller aircraft doing a circular flight pattern?
So, Crystal, would you like to explain this?
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, this is a small exhibit that we created based on our easement. You can see the center of the runway is right here along the blue. These contour lines show the different elevations based on the proximity to the center of the runway. I'm going to zoom in right here. You can kind of see this is where the property is located. The stacks are somewhere in this vicinity right here. So this is the maximum elevation according to the easement.
It's for the structure.
But it's for the structure, not for the steam or anything emitted from the structure. So that's for the top.
So what is the runway surface elevation?
25, 35? Crystal?
It is.
Councilman Haverfield had a question for you, please.
Councilman
25, there
Haverfield,
it
the runway elevation is at 2535.
Okay, and then as it graduates to the southwest, say, that's where we see the increase to 15 feet, 25, whatever, up to. So again, I mean, my concern is, obviously, the FAA looks at reflectivity of roof surfaces. They look at the height of structures adjacent to runways. The runway protection zone, obviously, off the ends is important. I was just wondering how important it is to the side that we maintain that.
Councilman Haverfield, I don't believe there are any FAA restrictions at this time. The easement is what covers the sides of the runway. The FAA only covers the RPZ at the ends of the runway, as you alluded to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
Crystal, is this in the record as well? Is this an exhibit?
Yes, I pulled it out of it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This particular picture is in there?
Oh, sorry, not
The
that.
slide is
This
not.
This is the easement.
Oh, okay.
Crystal, is this slide in our packet? I don't believe, is it? I don't believe it is. It needs to be put in the packet as record.
I will include it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
just for a question for Crystal, reconfirmation. So you had mentioned the FAA would approve the structure, but they, once again, I think it was mentioned earlier, and I just need to hear it again, they can't determine or they don't have an opinion on what comes out of the smokestacks or the particulate matter?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, the FAA Form 7460 only gives the recommendation based on the actual stack, nothing on the smoke or any emissions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so back to our,
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is David Miller, and on deck is Ross Barnham, Christopher Allen, Gordon Page, Christine Torgensen, and Steve Delgayo. Thank you.
okay, go ahead. Thank
My
you.
name's Dave Miller. I live at 1708 North Wright Avenue in Cuna, and I purchased and own a hangar at the Nampa Airport for the last 4 years. The purchase of the airport at Nampa followed about 45 years active duty military and civilian service to the U.S. Army. We chose this area to find the dream that we had of owning a hangar, building airplanes, repairing airplanes, and living the aviation life. I see now, kind of in an act of betrayal or sadness or whatever you want to pull it, that dream is now starting to, no pun intended, erode away. There's no doubt if Sunrock rolls into full operation that those hangar values will decline. Products made in those hangars will decline and go away. So literally, as an income earner using those facilities, I'm almost certain that's going to go away. So I have the feeling, or understand the feelings of the residents that are also seeing their dreams being eroded. Values are going to go down. And along with that will go your tax base as well. So the only other interesting comment I make is I was at one of the meetings where Sunrock was asked a question which they never answered was, how many of your executives or managers live in the close proximity that you are expecting these people and us to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Shh. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ross Barnum.
Okay. Now let's go ahead and have you guys queue a little closer so it's a little quicker. So, Ross, go ahead and come forward, and then let's have the next person right behind him and right behind him. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ross Barham. I live 3832 Whistling Heights Way. I've lived here for 20 years, but my folks grew up in Nampa. They grew up, and my granddad was a farmer here. I've heard a lot of comments, and you've probably read thousands of reports on all of this. I concur with everything that has been said. I hear a lot of people who disagree with this batch plant. I have heard nobody who wants this batch plant other than Sunrock. And I concur that, or I ask the council and the mayor to please listen to the people who are here and the voting people and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Christopher Allen, and on deck is Gordon Page, Christine Torgensen, Steve DeGaio, Steve Greathouse, and Ruth DeHaven.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
Oh, okay. Well, first I want to thank to all my fellow veterans for being here. And I want to thank the police officers for all the service that you guys do. And what you guys do. You guys are amazing. You guys got to put up with a bunch of crap.
And before you go further, let's grab your address.
Oh, 3807 East Kingsgate, Napa, Idaho.
And your name?
And name is Christopher Allen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Go for it.
Anyways, you guys, all you guys have common sense. All these voters out here have common sense. You have grandchildren. You have grandchildren or daughters?
Kids.
You probably do. You probably do. All of us do. We're out to protect, except maybe youngster over there.
He does have kids.
I'm a
But we're
grandchild.
out. We need to protect our community. We voted you guys in office to support us, and you have outstanding. It's been denied twice. Do it a third time for all these people. I mean, we're tired of it. They will blow smoke right up. Well, I'm not going to say it, but they will. They will. I know them. I used to work for them. So all I got to say is you guys make the right decision. I've sent emails to you, to everybody. Let's make the right decision. Let's protect our community. This isn't, we don't want this being downtown Seattle. We want it Napa, the city that you guys helped build. And everybody loves it here. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Gordon Page.
So Gordon Page, 205 North Pilatus Lane in Nampa, Idaho. And I am the president and the founder of the Spirit of Flight Foundation and Museum here. We chose to come to Nampa and the Nampa Municipal Airport and brought an incredible world-class museum and a studio from Colorado here to Idaho because of its charm and opportunities that this actually gave us. Our future expansion plans really are hinging and are greatly impacted by this Sunrock concrete plant emissions, the constant noise of the rock crushers, and all the added concrete trucks that would be driving around. And like Warhawk, we have millions of dollars of rare and historic aircraft and artifacts on display. They would all be at risk from the corrosive properties of the concrete dust and that would be emitted from the batch plant itself and the trucks driving around. But more importantly, I stand before you guys as a pilot, husband, and a father. I am terrified right now by the possible wind shear that could happen, flying one of these rare and historic aircraft out of our awesome Nampa Municipal Airport. And just the visibility that's reduced, the wind shear, and the physical threat of multiple 73-foot towers near a runway just doesn't make sense. Have you guys ever been in an airplane and have a drop from wind shear? It terrifies you, right? And you're out of control. You don't know what to do until you finally come back into a little bit of control. Imagine if that happens 30, 20, 15 foot off the ground because of wind shear that could come from these towers. It's just terrifying. By the way, today, through one of the reports, they say there's these mild 7-mile-per-hour winds here at Nampa. Wind report today, winds 330 out of the northwest, 14 gusting to 22. You know, we're leaning over here. It's not 100, but it's a lot of wind. So that concrete dust could go everywhere. So I asked Sunrock and Clyde companies, what would your pilots of your flight department say about these towers? I'd love to know that. And I'm asking you right now to honor your value statement where you claim you value people, build your batch plant away from the airport and the surrounding residential community. Let's not make the news like Burley did with the unlikely crash of the FedEx plane that took the life of Brittany Infinger. It's terrible. Spirit of Flight strongly opposes the approval of any construction or operations permit, and we ask that you deny the appeal. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Christine Torgensen.
My name is Christine Torgerson. I live at 3520 East Park Ridge Drive, and I concur with most of what people have said here, but I also want to emphasize the noise. One of the things that I loved about living over here the last 25 years is how quiet the neighborhood is, and people that come and visit, they just think, wow, it's so quiet. And of course, it isn't as quiet as it used to be, but that's so important. And they mentioned the noise level for the employees earlier, but I would like you to consider that for the residents as well. And I concur with everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Steve DeGaio. And on deck is Steve Greathouse, Ruth DeHaven, Rigo Arola, and Kurt Hensley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Delgadillo, and I'm at 56 South Frontier Way, Nampa, and 83687, something like that, 83687. Well, in addition to the letters that I have written to you on February 27th, March 18th, and the last letter on May 10th regarding this opposition to this CUP, we are hopeful that you will deny this CUP. And the letter was again touching on the environmental public health model, and we hope that in view of all of the past history of the violations from the EPA and DEQ, we hope that you deny this conditional use permit. It was March 22nd when I saw an article on the internet that it came out that there was a school bus that was hit by a concrete truck in a city called Caldwell. And I was wondering, Caldwell? And I looked at that a little closer. It was in, I think, a city in Texas. It was Bastrop County or something like that. But people died. There were more than 2 died, according to this article in kmvtv.com/video. And it just seemed like it was a coincidence that it happened to be named Caldwell. So I'm glad it wasn't our Caldwell. But there you have it. Please deny this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Steve Greathouse. On deck is Ruth DeHaven, Rigo Arola, and Kurt Hensley.
My name is Steve Greathouse. I live at 13 North Campbell Lane, Nampa. That is the very first street cutting north off of Victory going east from the airport. If you drive down Happy Valley there at the intersection and you look right, there's a big 2-story white building home. That's mine. Okay? Guess where most all of the dust, noise, everything else is going to come when they start this up? Because the prevailing winds, as stated by the Sunrock people, is from the west to the east. It's going to just plow and pester everything around me. I will say I'm kind of a spokesman for most of that whole group of people that's in that area. They have horses, cows, chickens, everything else that they grow there. They are paranoid that something like this would come in and contaminate the ground and the feed and everything else that these horses live on, okay, and animals. I will add just a couple comments. You said you wanted some more information about the recycling of the limbs and stuff that was there. I look out on that every single day. And the highest that gets is where a front-end loader can dump it, okay? It is not high at all. They do a pretty good job of watering it down and keeping the dust down, but there are times when that comes up and comes right at me. We also, a few years ago, moved the intersection of Victory and Happy Valley. We moved it out of the flight range to make it safer. We moved it down into the gully down there, and it took, quite a bit of work and expense to make that happen. That, to me, is just an attitude of being safe. We want to make sure that to the nth iota that we are protecting our people. By allowing this to be put in, you're not. One other comment, has anybody stopped along Victory just west of the intersection of Happy Valley and where
Madam
the new
Mayor,
intersection? And walk up to the north side of the road. It's like 20 feet fallen down. I mean, it's way down there. Mason Creek is at least 20 feet lower. That I've known of, I haven't known anybody that fell in there yet, but you get a cement truck down there, it's going to be a huge mess. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Ruth DeHaven, and on deck is Rico Arola, Kurt Hensley, and Troy Keith.
My name is Ruth DeHaven. I live at 224 South Buttercup Court, approximately a half mile from the proposed site. I'm going to start with something that happened to me today. When I was driving home, I was going east on East Victory, and I met a dump truck going west, and I almost had to pull clear off the road to let him pass. It's that narrow. So I don't know, maybe some of you have been on East Victory recently. If not, I'd be happy to drive you out there to see what it's like. Anyway, I totally agree with everything that's been said tonight, except for the comments from the Sunrock person. And my main concerns are health issues. I have serious heart issues and asthma, and I grow vegetables. I grow lots of flowers. I enjoy being out in my yard and taking my grandkids out there. My son-in-law is a health and safety scientist, and he was here recently, and he said that no one should live within 5 miles. That's a severe danger zone. 20 miles is a danger zone from these plants due to arsenic and mercury and several other chemicals that cause cancer and other fatal diseases. We don't want our yards full of this dust and not let our grandkids and our kids out there to play. I appreciated the last meeting when I could speak, and thank you for letting us speak again tonight. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Rigo.
Hi, my name is Rigo Areola, and I'm not a public speaker, so if I get a little shaky, forgive me. My wife is
address?
3306 East Park Ridge Drive. I'm across the street from Park Ridge Elementary School. My wife is handicapped. She's homebound and on oxygen. And the dust that's going to come from this plant is going to be extremely harmful to her, so I ask you not to do this. I know it's going to be a lot of dust no matter what they do because I've seen it in action. I come from Las Vegas. I used to be a pilot, and I used to fly, and they had 3 temporary batch plants, which is about the size of the batch plant they're going to put here. And the 3 biggest dust clouds in Las Vegas were those batch plants. And the dust went for miles around. It wasn't just in that area. It was everywhere. So you can expect dust storms to hit Nampa. Anyway, thank you, and I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our last 2 speakers that have done advanced sign-up is Kurt Hensley and Troy Keith.
Madam Mayor and Council, thank you for the chance to speak. I'm Kurt Hensley, 305 Buckskin Drive, Nampa, Idaho. I've heard a lot. I agree with what everybody said, other than one thing I have not seen or heard in all 3 meetings is about the incidents. I retired from Sunrock as a trucking supervisor or lead, whatever you want to call it. There's incidents that happen all the time. There was a fatality just a little over 2 years ago with a mixer on Eagle Road at a stoplight. Guy went and turned, and the gal was getting ready to cross on the crosswalk, killed her. You don't hear a lot about this stuff. There's a lot of incidents that happen, if they're reportable or non-reportable. I had a driver follow me back from Emmett one time. He blew through the light, T-boned a van. He said his brakes didn't have them. He didn't get a ticket. Our superintendents and everybody got there. I don't know if they worked it out or what. There's a lot of them. There was a mixer pulled out of the plant right down there by Gowan and Pleasant Valley, or no, it's Pleasant Valley, and laid it over, front loader, takes cranes to close the road. And then you have incidents where the trucks are transporting, they'll have to transport material to the site because they don't have it. And you've got that herd of trucks. They go down Orchard, then down Chinden. We had several incidents with bicycles, with pedestrians. Somebody get hit on bicycle. They crossed, they didn't crosswalk. So my concerns are that we're all human. These are people. They hire people, warm body with CDL, so to speak. And we've got kids and people out there, and I live over there, and I see these kids trying to catch a bus or walking. You know, kids will be kids and everything. You don't know what the people are like around there. So that's something to think about. I thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, after Troy Keith, we did have someone that did another sign up, and that's Alex Bunn, who will be on deck.
Hello, my name is Troy Keith. My address is 69 South Norcrest Avenue, Nampa, Idaho. I'd like to start off with just thanking everybody that showed up here tonight. What an amazing show of people willing to participate in the civic process, and I think that's just amazing. On top of that, what a wealth of knowledge that came up here and just laid it all out, said way more than I could ever say as an individual. So I appreciate everybody coming up here and saying what they said. And also to the Sunrock guys, man, good on you for putting up with all this nonsense and whatever we're doing over here. But, you know, I know you have lives and you have families, and we appreciate you guys for what you do. And, you know, Jesus loves you too. And just kidding. But, you know, I really do appreciate you guys.
He really does.
No, he does. He does. I don't take that part back. Anyway, I really don't have any comments other than I have questions. And some of my questions are, why would a company that wants us to believe that there are good neighbors and want to improve our community hide the notice for public hearing up on a private road away from the main streets that would be able to view that public hearing notice? Question one. Question two. Why would someone who portrays themselves as a good neighbor begin to work on a property without pulling the permits or waiting for the permits to be processed appropriately, which is actually what led to their first denial of being able to build their building on that particular site? It kind of comes across like they're entitled a little bit. You know, we can just kind of do what we want to do as a company. And I think we need to ask that question, why? Another question is, why would they try to push, and this kind of came to light to myself tonight, why would they try to push an FAA form completion as some sort of tacit approval from the FAA when it's really not? And I had it explained here to everybody else, but yet in their presentation, they're like, oh yeah, the FAA is all on board. Apparently, that's not exactly what the truth is.
Madam Mayor, time.
All right, well, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
I don't usually comment. I do want to correct one thing, and that was Sunrock did not hide a notice. It is the responsibility of the city of Nampa to ensure that those notices are there. That was an error. It wasn't intentional. It was an error on our part. I don't want that to be a reflection on Sunrock. That was the city of Nampa. It was not Sunrock. So I just want to make sure we all understand that. So, are you Alex?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sure. No, it's our responsibility. It is. That's the city of Nampa's responsibility. So thank you. Go ahead and give us your name.
Hi, my name's Alex Bunn. Is the address you guys are asking for, is it location of our residence? Is that correct? Okay. I live at 1855 West Pintail Drive in Meridian, Idaho. But I'm Alex Bunn. I'm with Dealers Auto Auction of Idaho. We are the business whose property that will be touching Sunrock's and be in the radius that was displayed by Sunrock. We have 1,000+ cars on our property at all times, being about $10 million worth of inventory at any given time. What kind of damage can the dust from this facility do to the vehicles over time as it sits? While it sits and it gets wet and then re-dries again on the vehicles, cars typically sit on a lot for 20 days. That's 20 days of this facility's dust going onto our vehicles. We detail our units for our customers. It's already difficult to maintain the cleanliness of the cars now because of the normal dust. This plant will add to that, as well as make it more difficult. It'll not only increase our payroll because we'll have to hire more people to clean the cars, but we'll also have to take much longer to do so and require us to buy different equipment or product, thus increasing our cost of doing business. To put in perspective, we detail up to 300 cars a week and wash on average 400 cars every single week. Because it will take longer, we will have to make changes to our staff in the process to continue to be successful. That will increase the cost of our business dramatically, and I also have major concerns our customers will see the concrete plant as a threat to the quality of their vehicles, as it can scratch the paint and be difficult for us to maintain the cleanliness of their vehicles. If our customers are concerned that their cars will be damaged, we will lose business. This will also force our customers to make changes to their business. I agree with the other people that have concerns over the health. 90% of our employees work outside. Half of those employees are over the age of 65. I also agree that Sunrock has been fined many times in the past, which is concerning to me. My final concern concern is how many times Sunrock's answer was not required. It was not required by them to submit that. To me, if they were truly here for us, the people, they would not only do everything necessary, but they would go above and beyond to put us at ease instead of just trying to get it approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that concludes everyone that has signed up. Is that correct? Okay, so this is an opportunity for someone that did not sign up to come forward and testify. So if you guys would just form a line, and then you can just take turns coming forward and share your name and address, and you know how to do it.
My name is Vicki McMinn Coburn. I live at 609 South Grays Lane, Nampa, Idaho. I am in District 2. Honorable Nampa Council members and Madam Mayor, in 2021, Copper Depot applied for a CUP to build affordable housing at 609 Grays Lane, South End. 250 signatures was gathered by neighborhood opposition, presented to P&Z and council. Approximately 20 people spoke against that. 15 people spoke for the need for affordable housing. P&Z, oh, I'm confused. Anyway, so on May 24th, 21, council heard the appeal. Councilmember Rodriguez made the motion to uphold the denial, citing a clear opinion of the neighborhood did not want the development. Denial was upheld. Here we are, 4 days short of 3 years later, dealing with the north end of Grays Lane on Picard. In contrast, P&Z and council received over 1,000 signatures, stacks of emails, hand-delivered letters from District 2 members, Nampa Airport patrons, Warhawk Air Museum, overflowing council chambers and speaker sign-ups against a concrete batch plant. The entire Treasure Valley is watching the outcry is so loud, we have a singular hearing date. Please, your honors, prove you listen to your constituents. Uphold the batch plant denial.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Hartman. I live at 3823 Manor Ward in Nampa. When I was reading this paper when I came in, it looks like they're talking about 400 trucks. And at peak capacity, they're talking about 150 more. So that's 550. Okay? I don't think the roads are set up. They're too heavy for the roads. And I have a question. What does an empty truck weigh and what does a loaded truck weigh? Can you tell me that? The weight-wise?
We don't typically ask a question during, so
sorry.
they can answer that question during the rebuttal time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, I know they're grossly overweighted for the streets. And when he started, he just said roads. He wouldn't say the name of the roads. So does that mean we're not going to know the names of all the roads that are going to be affected by this? Because those are the roads we need to travel on that we probably won't be able to because that many trucks, if they can't tell us the cycle time of how long it takes when it enters and leaves, then that's how long that road's going to be tied up with that many trucks. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll write the name so you can do the time if you want.
Your Honors, my name is Joyanna Keith. I live at 69 South Norcrest also. My husband is Troy Keith. And I would like to say I concur with most of the testimonies on behalf of the citizens of Nampa against Sunrock. And I would like to say that I am a political refugee away from the state that doesn't value its citizens. And I came to the great state of Idaho because it is a state that values its citizens. And I came to this neighborhood right off of South Grays Lane and found a community that is one very much like my own ideals, where we value family, community, God, and we want to build a better life for our families. And we do not want to raise our families in an environment where we have to risk our health on a daily basis. And this kind of environment is deadly. And I have health problems of my own, and I almost died already from heavy metal poisoning, and I also have deadly diseases of my own. And I really can't afford to have more toxic things being breathed in, and not to mention water poisoning, which they are already, been fined by the EPA multiple times. So, anyway, that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Erb. I live at 3705 East Kingsgate Drive. I agree with a lot of what's been said, everything except for what Sunrock has said this evening. But one of my key concerns that I don't feel has really been addressed in this hearing is the portion of Victory Road between Grays Lane and the Happy Valley intersection, whatever. There's a reverse S-curve there. I've almost had head-on collisions there several times. All it takes is somebody looking at their cell phone, taking their eyes off the road, driving one of these trucks. That's going to be a fatality. That's a very dangerous curve there. And the road, Victory Road, is just not designed for the kind of traffic that it would have to tolerate if this batch plant was built. And the other thing that concerns me a great deal is I have neighbors with children. I see them riding bikes on Victory. I've walked on Victory myself. There is really very little space to walk. You get concrete trucks there, there's no room. There's no room. There's no room for normal cars. So it's really creating a serious traffic hazard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Sue Paul. I'm the co-founder of the Warhawk Air Museum, and frankly, I live at the museum with Carson Spears, because we're there 24 hours a day, just about, 7 days a week. And it's a beautiful place. The airport is a wonderful place. It's a very unique place. We moved the museum to the Nampa Airport in 2001 at the invitation of the city of Nampa, so that the museum could become the cornerstone for the airport. At that time, it was a very small airport. It was just barely out of being a dust cropper field, frankly. And where it has gone in the last 23 years is incredible. I was honored to be on the 10-year the survey that we were required to do with the FAA for a 10-year plan for the airport. And this lady is right, because at the end, the FAA said this really is the greatest small airport in the state of Idaho. Well, we need to keep it that way, and we need to keep it safe. We need our pilots to feel good there. We, of course, want the museum to continue having the quality of life that it has and what we can give back to the community. I'm a pilot, and I will just say that I have been in going downwind in bad weather before, and if you're a pilot, you understand this. If you're not, there's really no more fearful place in flying than when you're in the pattern getting ready to land. Your concentration has to be on every single second that you're in the air and what you're doing, and to have things happen in the air because of a building, because of non-natural sources is really not something that we need to have at the airport. So we're really hoping that you will vote against this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, quick follow-up for Sue. Sue, really quick. We did hear a little bit about the impact that this could have on the Warhawk Air Museum. Is there anything else that you would like to touch on as far as the impact this could have on the museum?
I think that it will impact not just the airplanes. We've already talked with several of the pilots that fly into the museum, especially preparing for Memorial Day and preparing for, our Warbird Roundup, which is our major fundraiser, and they're already becoming very concerned with that idea. And I'm sure that we're going to have quite a few of them that will refuse to come because the corrosion of what the cement factory puts out is pretty bad. It's been noted, it's been proven, it's just there, and we all believe it. So I think also our attendance is going to be affected. I think all of these folks have talked about their health issues. They're going to tend to stay away from places where on a windy day there's a lot of dust in the air around our airport, and it'll be difficult for us to have our planes outside. I mean, I'm talking strictly as I empathize really with the folks who live in the area, but I think I really am concerned about the equipment that we have, the life of what we have there, and the quality of what the museum can give back to the community. When we have the noise, I don't know if you've even driven up there to see this site. I mean, I almost fainted when I drove up there on that little dirt road, and I looked down and I could walk to the runway from there, and I thought, how on earth would these folks even ask to put it there? And when we had the big meeting at the museum and invited Sunrock to come, and there were a lot of you folks were there, 150 people, 200 people came to that, and I asked, and the president of Sunrock called Carson and myself before the meeting. He was not here. I think he was in Salt Lake City, and said what good neighbors they want to be, and it's going to be a good factor. I said, sir, have you been here? Have you walked on that property? Have you driven up to that property to see exactly what they're proposing? He said, no, I've never seen it. And so he truly had no idea what these folks were proposing. I don't object to Sunrock. I think he's right. They're important to our community, but man, they have picked the wrong spot, and I don't know why. I don't understand why they picked that spot, because it's such a bad spot. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
My name is Don Larson. I live at 24 South Jerem Lane. My front door is 400 yards from the entrance to the proposed Sunrock plant. I was thinking back on the testimony that has been given here tonight and also in the planning and zoning meeting. You have to consider, Parker was saying, you have to consider the CUP from the original application. If you look at the number one, the paragraph, it has to do with the livability. It can interfere with the livability. Sort of on a personal, that sort of hit me. I go back to the testimony of Sunrock when they were talking to planning and zoning. The plant is open and will be functioning 24 hours a day. They said that the trucks will start coming in to be filled at 2 or 2:30 in the morning. So you have vehicles driving in there, noisy vehicles with the backup beepers, and that starts at 2 or 2:30 in the morning and will run close to dark, which is about 9 o'clock. Currently, Vision Recycling is right across the street from us. You were asking about dust. I go to get my paper and mail, I pull it out, and then I hit it on the top of my mailbox to get the dust off of it. So it would be contributing. So between the dust, the traffic, and you think of a bus stopping for about 2 minutes. My grandkids get on the bus on Victory Road, just down from where we live. They stop for about 2 minutes from time, and then you're going to have traffic backed up along with
Madam Mayor,
cement
time.
trucks. So traffic is an issue, noise is an issue, which is a big thing, and then the additional dust.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin McMichael, 58 South Frontier Way. I've been in the Park Ridge subdivision since it opened in 1996, 1997. I appreciate the comments the mayor made earlier about Trumanizing the placement of the sign from the city employee that looked it up on Google, and that's where Mr. Google told her to put it. To the other end of that, I have driven by those signs 100,000 times and not paid any attention to them. And I think that everybody in this room has certainly learned that in the process that we've gone through here. You've got to pay attention in the beginning so that people making the decisions don't have to rely on the staff and the people that want the product that's being proposed. If they don't know, even if the sign's there, if you don't pick it up and read what's in there, you're not going to be in the right place for the input. I'm primarily concerned about noise. I understand the concept of all is well under the dome. The trucks aren't going to be under the dome. They're not going to be under the dome when they're starting their motors and running them in the middle of the night to try to keep the engines warm. They're not on the road driving in the night when little kids are going to be going to school. I think that my approach, my house sits on the approach for the air shows, and it's going to be flying directly over them because they fly directly over me. And they go from one side of the runway to the other. They're not in the standard approach. They're coming across. They're in maneuvers. That's not going to be an attractive thing for them, and it's not going to be good for the people that work so hard to put that show on for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Allen. I live at 232 Buckskin Drive in Nampa, 83687. And I have 3 points to make. One, my point that I made last time was, is the water going to drop because they're using water and they're using groundwater, and we're on a well, and everyone on Buckskin Drive has spoken. We're on wells. And when they put in Park Ridge, no offense, but when they put in Park Ridge, our groundwater dropped so far that we lost trees in our backyard. So I need to know if they're going to be taking more water out of the groundwater. I asked before and got no reply. My second piece, my second question here is, I think that our homeowners insurance is going to go up. It's all going to go up because they're going to have to rebuild all of these roads, all of Grays Lane, all of East Victory. And I know Greg West, my insurance carrier guy who's been around forever, is going to come up to my door and say, gee, Cindy, I'm sorry, but it's all going to have to go up because of that plant that no one wanted. And so I'm concerned that's going to go up. My third is a lot of work was done on the Nampa Airport to make it so that it was long enough, extended, the runway was extended far enough to where a lot of the Lears and stuff that are coming in that need further to land, sorry, not my avenue, further to land, they extended the cement out so all of those bigger planes could land, and we could bring a better, we could bring people in. Well, first it was for MPC and all of the MPC people. But, I mean, the people that are going to the Idaho Center and all that kind of stuff. And all that was wasted now. If this comes in, because they're not going to be here anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, do you have a question?
Well, clarification to the comment.
Cindy, Miss Alton, there we go. We have a question.
Hi, thank you.
In the packet of information, Daniel, you could clarify possibly the well issue. This plant would be on city water.
So we certainly have city water available there. I have not heard anything from the applicant on if their intentions would be to drill a well there, though I do not believe we're going to clarify with them during their rebuttal time.
Okay, so clarification then is reading the engineering report that was before P&Z indicated the plant being connected. That was one of the conditions, the plant being connected to city water.
And I believe that is their intention. The state laws, anyone can drill a well as long as they go through the proper channels. As I said, I believe their intention would be to connect to the city water. We have the water available. We've run that and looked at that, and we have adequate supply to handle their use. You would just want to verify with the applicant that that is their intention.
They said both.
So the applicant, excuse me.
Yeah.
Daniel, the applicant has not conversed with the city of Nampa regarding utilities and the intent of what they're wanting to do?
So many of these discussions would have been with Caleb, who's no longer with the city. And so while I believe that is correct, that their intention is to connect to the city water, and we have adequate supply for that, I would just ask that you clarify and make sure with the applicant that my understanding is correct.
So we'll ask the applicant that question. If you guys would be prepared to respond to that, thank you.
That's exactly what they said last time.
Okay.
They have gone no further.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I think we have two more. Thank you. We are going to be getting to the time that we'll want to have time to discuss, but thank you. Go ahead and give your name.
David Wood, 1159 West Coastal Drive, Meridian. I wanted to talk briefly about a former job I had in installing cell phone towers in various states. And when we were doing cell phone towers, you quickly learn that some are friendly and some are not. Everyone wants their cell phone to work, but no one wants a tower. It quickly became known as not in my backyard, and I'm hearing a lot of that tonight. In fact, the city or the state of Texas would approve a cell phone tower in about 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. The state of California approves them in about 3 years. And so that is why California has such terrible service, or has had terrible service for their entire as things have developed, whereas Texas gets really good service very quickly. The reason I bring that up is because I hear a lot of concerns. People bring up things like this wonderful airport we want to protect that at one point was proposed in a meeting just like this, and concerned citizens didn't want planes flying over their houses. They were worried about crashes and fuel dumps. So I'd like to be the lone voice in support of Sunrock's plant. I think that it should be built. I'm a fan of, I thought we wanted to be quiet. I think it should be built because I'm a fan of development. I'm a fan of growth. And if you look at housing prices over the last 20 years, they've gone up by 7 times, while the cost of cement, which is a major factor of those developments, obviously there's a lot of reasons for housing prices increase. Every single one of our houses that we're trying to protect has a cement foundation. Those prices have gone up by 3 to 4 times. The way you bring down prices is you create more supply. This creates more supply. Thank you.
Thank you, I should say. Good evening.
Hello, Andrew Phelps, 3448 South Arcaro, Meridian.
Could I ask everyone to be quiet? Thank you. Go ahead, Andrew.
I figured besides the rebuttals, there's a lot of questions. So my statement's more of, I found this property, and it took 2 years, over 2 years to find it. It was not easy. I had the help of 3 different realtors to find industrial zone property south of Interstate 84 that's still equitable. Highly difficult. Do I hear all these comments, all 3 times I've been here? I wish it was posted and we could have done it, because we never would have closed. But we're in the middle of it now. You can blame me. Don't hunt me down. But the other side of the argument, it's not just the people I hear tonight, and I do feel for a lot of your comments, but I don't want that abstain with the people that I get to work with and I work for. Customers I got to look at and say, I can't supply you. A customer just recently, this year, told me, I never thought my revenue would be dictated by my concrete supplier. Heartbreaking comments like that. I don't live next to a concrete batch plant. I live at a concrete batch plant every day, the last 18 years. I work next to people that have been doing it for 20, 25, 30. Amazing people that you hear like here tonight. And I don't want to distract from the amazing people at Sunrock and the people that Sunrock supplies. And again, that I have to look at and say, I can't promote you. You know, I don't want to just be a concrete truck driver my whole life. I want to be a manager. I want to contribute more. I want to be a sales rep. And that comes with growth. It's not just about financials. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Good evening, Amy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Amy Henry, 240 East Sunrise Rim Road. I have a lot to say. I'll be fast. I agree with most everything everybody said here tonight, except for the two gentlemen in front of me. First of all, I want to thank the people in this room. I've been meeting and working with them, and they've been so kind and good to work with, and I've been so impressed. But I'm thinking about these people in their homes and how hard they work and how much money we have invested in our homes. I'm thinking about the pilots and their insurance, and I'm not an insurance specialist, but I'm thinking their insurance, as I'm listening to these people talk tonight, I was thinking about the pilot's insurance. It's got to go up, right? I'm thinking about, you know, as we talked about potholes months ago, I'm thinking about our trucks don't have to be covered. These trucks carrying all this concrete, sand, whatever it might be. And I'm thinking of my windshield needing to be replaced again. And so my car insurance is going to go up, I'm sure, with these things, because these are the types of variables that they consider. I'm very concerned about our children and all these bus stops, not just the narrow roads and kids on their bikes and walking, which is very concerning to me, but all this stuff flying off of these trucks. That's a problem. That's concerning to me. I don't know how many kids that represents, but it's a lot. So these are just things I wrote in my letter to you, but I also wanted to take a second just to stress my concern. But our home values are a huge concern to me because there's no question that they're going to go down. I would not want to buy a home in this area next to a plant. No matter what type of job you think you're going to do, the noise, the dust, it's going to be bad. I wouldn't buy a home there, and I know other people wouldn't either. So I'd just like you to consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we have another one. Yes.
All right. Hello, Glenn Morgan, and I live at 3616 East Rolling Green Place. I noticed on the board up here some of the requirements for allowing a permit, and one of them was harmony of scale, and I don't believe this concrete plant has any kind of harmony to do with the scale that's surrounding the neighborhood there. I saw up there it said generation of traffic, and I don't know if you know it, I said it last meeting we had here, but this plant, if it's allowing 4,000 yards of concrete per day, guess how many trucks that is, concrete trucks that is. 400 trucks in, 400 trucks out, plus all of your supply trucks, probably another 400 trucks in addition to the 800. So we're probably 1,200 trucks plus all the miscellaneous workers, et cetera, per day, 1,200 trucks. You know, our roads are just not capable of that. One of the other items on there was the capacity of the surrounding streets. And you know what? Those streets aren't capable. So based on what I saw up there, there's no choice on this. It has to be put down. Speaking from my background, 20 years as a real estate appraiser, I can tell you also that there will be severe consequences to the values of the property in the area. A concrete plant within a half a mile is considered depreciation. It's called external obsolescence in the appraisal world, and it will create a big detriment to the value of an appraisal on a property. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Brinton. I live at 3603 East Kingsgate Drive, just a stone's throw from where this proposed plant is going to go in. And the one thing that I want to mention that hasn't really been touched on is out of all the states I've lived in, including Texas, Oregon, Florida, even Nigeria, we've had probably the worst water pressure in this city. And with that plant going in a couple hundred yards from my home, I'm a little concerned about that with the amount of water they're going to use. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. It's a little scary to ask the question if there's anyone else, but I'm going to, just out of courtesy, is there anyone that had intended to testify that did not have the opportunity? Okay, with that, thank you. This is an opportunity for applicant to come back. I know you've heard a few questions tonight. I'll let you give your closing comments and then also answer some of those questions.
Okay, I'll do my best to answer all the questions. If I do forget one, feel free to ask. First of all, I want everyone to know that I am native from Idaho. My heritage goes back 6 generations in Idaho.
Name and
My
address,
nieces-
Mayor, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's as the applicant in the rebuttal, we need to do name and address again. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, Bill King, 2965 Tarpon Drive, Meridian, Idaho.
Thank you. Can we turn up his mic just a hair? I don't think he can get it any closer.
Yeah, sorry, I'm already leaning over the podium here. Try to
let's
get
turn
closer.
it up just a little bit,
Thank
James.
you. Anyway, what I was trying to say is my heritage runs deep in Idaho. It's been back 6 generations. My parents, my siblings, my cousins, my coworkers, my friends, we call Idaho home. We love Idaho. My father, he's recently passed. He was a pilot here in Idaho. I flew multiple times with him in his Cessna. We flew in many mountain airstrips. And safety and aviation is important to me, and it's important to all of us. We want a better community like everyone has outreached. I have a brother in the Navy, and I very much appreciate and support all the veterans that are in here tonight. He's an aviation mechanic. He's worked on jet engines and turboprop planes for the past 20 years. And he has stated that our patch plant will not impact or do anything to those airplanes. Initially, I want to talk a little bit about air quality. So there have been some misconceptions and some misinformation about air quality. So we have an air quality permit to construct this concrete batch plant. And if you read the permit, which you guys all have on file, it talks about how much emissions we could potentially emit, and it talks about the types that they are. I've heard a lot of people talk about hazardous air pollutants. This plant will not emit any hazardous air pollutants or any HAPs, right? And if you look on one of the pages, it itemizes and talks about the efficiency of the emission controls that we have in place that has been identified by the Clean Air Act. If you look at it, it describes the efficiency of PM 2.5, which is, that's the size of the micron of the dust, and the PM10 has a 99.99% efficiency to remove all that from the air of the surroundings. So any of this potential cement powder or any of this dust that can come from the plant is all contained within this plant. It's a 99.99% efficiency of cleanliness. So the discussion of any of this potential particulate matter reaching the Warhawk Air Museum or reaching the airplanes or reaching the different homes is incorrect. And if you want to go look it up, it's right here in this documentation. Another item talked about the amount of pollutants. And if you read through the emission limitations, there is a limit on pounds per hour, 0.055 pounds per hour of PM 2.5 that this plant can potentially ever emit. And we are held to that by the Division of Air Quality. And we receive regular inspection intervals where they come in and provide a detailed inspection to verify and make sure that plant is operating efficiently and appropriately. Yeah, in many of the surrounding areas, a concrete batch plant of this size is not even required to get an air quality permit. They operate under a small source exemption due to the minimal emissions that can come off of a concrete batch plant of this size. I also want to talk a little bit about the FAA and the application for the no hazard. I've also read and I informed myself of what happened with the Burley incident, and I believe there was some information there that wasn't quite shared correctly. Can we pull up the slides? I don't have my clicker anymore. But within the airport, there's the approach zone and then there's the transitional zone. The approach zones are on the ends and the transitional zones on the side. So when we start comparing the accident that happened in Burley, it wasn't quite portrayed correctly. That accident happened on the approach zones. Now on the approach zone, I believe if it was Amalgamated Sugar or one of the big sugar or beet factories, they constructed some big, massive, I don't know if they were 40-foot silos, exhaust silos, that were venting steam out on the approach zone of the airport. So the airplanes would have to go over this. Now, as far as the FAA rules and regulations with this particular incident, they built them and they did not comply with the FAA, the slope or the height requirements. And the FAA came, they found this knowledge and they pulled any of the FAA funding to this airport. So they did not receive it anymore. And they knew that this was not compliant, and they still kept them in place. They didn't require them to remove them. Now, this big steam right there was in the transitional zone. They pulled the federal funding for this particular airport, and they violated the FAA, the determination of hazard. Now, what we are proposing is completely different. We have complied with the FAA, and we are not going to create anything that would remove or anything that would cause the FAA to remove any of their funding. With the no hazard determination that we have filed, we do have to file one more application with the FAA, and that's when the silos are completed and when they are installed, where we do a certified surveyor will come in and survey the exact location and the exact height, and we submit that again to the FAA just to make sure that we follow the determinations required by the FAA. There's also been some misconception about smokestacks. So we do have silos, but the silos do not have any smokestacks on them. They have bag houses on top of them that filter with not an exhaust on them. The only exhaust that comes out from this concrete batch plant is a 6 to 8 inch diameter vent that comes from our hot water heater that is on the ground level. And so by the time any of the hot water heater, any of the steam that could potentially come out of that, it will dissipate by the time it gets 50, 60 feet into the air. One other thing, could you pull up the last slide that I have on the slide presentation? It shows some of the boundaries right next to our property. Now, I've also heard about how, there's potential wind shear, how these silos could affect any airplanes coming into land at this particular airport. If we can pull up this particular image, it shows trees that are on just off the boundary of Sunrock's property here. Now, I don't know if you can see, but this building's about 15 feet tall. So those trees are reaching up into 60, 70, 80 feet tall right along Sunrock's property boundary there. So if there's any wind shear possible, these trees are already obstructing any wind shear obstruction that would happen where these silos are built there. Just going through my notes here. There was a question about groundwater. So there are water rights tied to this particular property, and it even is detailed in the conditional use permit that identifies that we will be able to use those groundwater rights, and then it also details that we will use the city water in combination. It identifies that we have to make sure and do a cross connection on there, so we can't have any of our groundwater going back into the city where they have to be two separate entities on how we use that water. And so any water we use is already designated with the property, or we'll get it through
Madam Mayor,
City.
So that is your time, but I would like to ask council if they have some questions for you. So how about if we move into a Q&A time frame?
Sure.
That's okay. Yes, okay, so we've got Councilman Reynolds, Councilman Griffins, Councilwoman Jangula. We'll go in that order. Thank you.
Bill, it says in the packet, in your documentation, you got a 9.9 million BTU boiler for your hot water. Do you know what the stack height of that is? It says it's a 12-inch stack.
The height on that, I could not tell you off the top of my head. I would have to go back and look at site drawings to see what that would be.
Okay. That stack has to be a certain height in order to draft for a boiler of that.
That is correct.
BTU, so that's why I'm asking.
And if I go through the permit to construct, we do have a height identified. It would just take me a minute to go back and go find it.
Okay. And then it says that it's a 130-degree rise approximately, which gives you about an 80-degree exhaust temp. So it's going to condense like crazy in the winter months, which is a plume. And then it says it's designed to run 8,760 hours a year. So that's 730 hours a month, 182 and a half hours a week. So is that the plan to run that 182 hours a week?
No, when it was permitted, they typically permit it to run 24/7 just in case they ever need to. That hot water heater will only operate during winter months.
Okay. Yeah, and I would like to know the height of that stack, if you could find that out. Thank you.
Councilman, yes. Thank you. I just have three. One's going to be longer, but two should be pretty quick. What are your intended hours of operation at this plant?
So the intended hours of operation are the hours that are required by Nampa City to provide concrete for your needs. For example, there are different highway projects. There are different highway projects where IDOT or where the contractors that work for Nampa City are required to do that work through different hours of the day to minimize traffic impacts and to minimize any negative safety concerns. And so that plant will have the opportunity to provide concrete for those projects to help create safety and help work with the hours that are required by IDOT and Nampa City.
I will rephrase.
So that could be 24 hours a day.
Thank you. Estimated vehicles per hour to go in and out of the plant's location.
So the estimated vehicles per hour depends on the required throughput through the plant. There has been a lot of talk about the plant is permitted to operate 500,000 cubic yards per year. Now that plant is operated for that, but that plant cannot produce that. For example, we have similar plants of this size where we operate half that. I think the most we operate in Treasure Valley is about 240,000 cubic yards per year. Now this plant will start a lot less than that. And I mean, you could be maybe the max capacity of a couple hundred trucks a day, but you're right, it could increase to more like 1,200.
What would
1,200 cubic yards a day, sorry, not trucks. You gotta divide that by 10.
So you anticipate 120 per day or per hour?
I'd have to do some math on it.
Please.
Or I could potentially defer to the guy who knows better than I do, if that's okay.
Can I help him answer some of the questions?
Yes, you can. Please. Yes.
Okay. So to answer your question.
Name for the record, Mayor.
Yes.
Andrew Phelps, 3448 South Arcaro, Meridian. So to start up, closer to about, I would estimate 500-600 yards a day. This plant is going to be built to meet demand. It's not just going to be blazing out the gate. So I think at the height, the max this production can be is 1,500 yards a day, which would be per loads. That's 150 loads of concrete and another 50 loads of admix. So say 200 loads, 225 loads per load. Per day.
Not per hour.
Okay, per day, yes. Per hour?
Per hour.
At the peak or to start?
Both, please.
Sure. To start per hour, I would estimate about, let me do the math. I'd probably estimate about 20 loads an hour to start. That's including everything, ag trucks and everything.
So
that's the maximum.
And and you might not have this number right off, but it's been mentioned by former employees, former supervisors. Do you by chance know, and you can ballpark, maybe you can't, I don't know, we can ask legal, how many at-fault accidents did Sunrock drivers have in the year of 2023?
Yeah, I would not know that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Jangula.
Thank you. Mr. King, a couple questions. You mentioned pollutant matter of 2.5. Is that micrometers or what were you referring to?
I believe it's micrograms.
Micrograms, okay. And then Are you guys planning on doing any improvements to Victory Road? We've heard a lot of concerns about Victory Road.
So as far as any improvements on Victory Road, those would be decided through the traffic impact study that would be performed. And that would be evaluated by a third-party engineering firm, and that would be evaluated through them and with the approval of the city before any of that would take place.
So to be clear, there has not been a traffic study of that nature thus far, and so you don't know of any improvements that would need to be made?
That is correct. We have not done the study this far, and so it has not identified the mitigations or the improvements that would be required.
Okay. And were you guys aware of the 1975 aviation easement?
Yes, we are aware of it, and I have it right here, and we do and will comply with this aviation easement over the property.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councilman Reynolds? Yes.
I'll go down my list here, Bill.
Sure.
They're kind of in order by topic.
Okay.
When you first presented, you mentioned that traffic management solutions will be implemented. That was before you talked about a traffic study. So is that voluntarily or only doing what you're told to do?
So as far as traffic solutions, we would need to follow a traffic impact study, and that is something that we are required to do, which will provide what mitigations would need to be applied to improve the traffic or make it feasible for the particular routes that the vehicles will drive on.
Next question is about noise. Do you have any idea what the dB of that plant operating is?
So the concrete batch plant itself is not very loud. They are, I mean, you can carry on conversations when you're working on, I don't know the exact decibel level per se. But we operate concrete batch plants in many neighborhoods, in many cities, and we have not, to my knowledge, received any noise complaints from the batching of concrete from concerned citizens.
Okay. And then it says in the packet that you would crush your haulback concrete from time to time. So is that with a tub grinder?
So that's what the track-mounted impactor is, how that would take place.
Okay. And then the last question is, where would you wash out at, and what are the requirements for washing out for EPA?
So for washout, I believe on the site design, it showed it on the southern portion of the site plan as we have right now. Now, as far as the EPA is considered, we cannot discharge any concrete washout to a navigable water of the state. And so we have to make sure that all that concrete washout stays on site, and it can't leave the site and enter any drainage or any creek or any river. Now, Sunrock has also implemented to go above and beyond this and line it in concrete so that it doesn't impact the waters, the underground water. The EPA has jurisdiction over the surface water and not over the groundwater.
Okay, so you dump out in a certain spot right on the ground, or?
No, so there's a concrete lined containment where we will wash out.
Okay, thank you.
Council, do you have other questions?
There I do.
Okay. Councilman Bills?
I apologize because my notes have now gotten a little mixed. So one of the issues just talked about was the number of yards and truck operation. It seems like some of the information, if I recall reading in the documents that you filed appeal on, indicated more usage than what's been stated here this night. And so I'm trying to get a clarification, really what are you trying to set the plant for in terms of maximum, how many yards of concrete do you anticipate batching and going out on an average day?
again, the air quality permit, when we do the traffic impact analysis, that will be addressed according to the maximum capacity of the plant, according to the air quality permit, is when we run through those calculations, and to come up with any mitigation measures that would be required. The air quality permit will be allowed to produce 500,000 cubic yards per year. Now, that particular plant will not produce that much. It would have to be, we'd have to, it won't produce that much. Now, permitted wise, yes, and it says that on paper, and so we have to make sure we can comply with what that permitted use will be. I can estimate and say initially we'll start out with 100,000 cubic yards per year. We don't know. It'll be on supply and demand. So I can't tell you exactly on the start how much that concrete batch plant will produce, but I can tell you that it will never go over the limits that we have in place.
So therefore, some type of an agreement maximizing how many yards could be batched and out that plant on any given day?
We're open.
Hours of operation, limitation?
So hours of operations and limitations, we are also open to work with the city. Something that we have done in the past is if we do have to operate under extraneous or different hours, sometimes if it's a project that is required by the state or the government, then we can submit an appeal, which will allow us to operate during these hours during this particular project, and then we can go back to normal operating hours. Again, we are open to working with you guys, but at the same time, concrete, typically, everyone likes to start pouring early in the morning, and we have to make sure to provide that concrete early in the morning for those demands. Now, I'm not talking 2 or 3, I'm talking, 6, maybe 5:30.
So the difficulty that I'm wrestling with in trying to reconcile through all the issues is the approval for a conditional use permit is ahead of knowing what the reality will be for the operation of the plant, the traffic, how the mitigation is going to take place. It seems like those issues should be known, or any type of conditional use permit would be conditional even further to those issues. Otherwise, it seems like similar to using the light industrial zone for a heavy industrial use, it's like, well, we have the light industrial zone, we need the CUP. It's a back door in, and I'm just concerned about where the end game is. And I think that's what I'm hearing tonight, and so I need your input. Mm-hmm. What's the end game? Because that's the open question that seems to be in the room concern. So
yeah, the end game is to be able to provide concrete to Nampa City. This plant, our end game, when we say end game, when I see the next 10 years, we hope to be producing 250,000 cubic yards per year out of this plant.
Okay, that helps.
Okay. Thank you. Council, do you have other questions at this time? Okay. Do you have any questions for staff? You do have questions, but it will not come because we'll close public hearing, but I need to make sure that we don't have any questions. And then after I close public hearing, we will make comments and deliberate, but right now it's just for questions. So you have questions for staff?
I do.
Okay, but none for the applicant? Okay. If there are no further questions for the applicant, thank you. I think we're good. I'm sorry, did I hear? No, we're good. Okay. So I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
One thing, I had asked Bill for the height of that stack. He was going to look it up. I would like to have that answer if he can find it.
Okay. You could give it to staff. You can give that to staff, and you'll give it to staff since we just closed, well, we're in the process.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So there's been a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so our public hearing is closed. So Councilwoman Jangula, you have some questions for staff.
I do, thanks. I have one for Parker, but since he's busy, maybe Rodney can answer it, I'm not sure. But the applicant, when I asked about the pollutant matter of the 2.5, he said it was micrograms. But is that micrometers? Because in our city code, our NAMPA comprehensive plan in 13.2.4, when it talks about particulate matter, it specifies in there that it's over micrometers.
Mayor, Councilman Jangula, this is Daniel Badger, City Engineer. You are correct. That is a dimension, not a weight. So yes, micrometers.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Okay, so then I guess, Daniel, my question to you then is, in that part of the code, it says particles between 2.5 and 10 micrometers. Up to the 10 micrometers, it can have aggregated respiratory conditions such as asthma. So would this fall under that category, that this could potentially create some sort of a harmful disbursement into the air?
Are you looking at city code, or what document are you referencing?
Yeah, it's in the NAMPA 2040 comprehensive plan, and it is 13.2.4, particulate matter. It's under the industrial land use designation.
So I guess I'll take a stab, and Rodney can look at the comp plan to make sure I'm not off base. While that type of particulate matter can cause those problems, that is why they are required to have an air quality permit. DEQ governs that, not the city. We do not have air quality permits that we require. Ultimately, DEQ issues those permits. They're the ones that are responsible for identifying the acceptable levels and ensuring public health in that manner, not the city of Nampa.
Okay, thanks. One more for you, Daniel. On that traffic impact study, when they do that, do they account for the fact that these are heavier trucks, or are they just going off trips only?
So, Mayor, Councilman Jangila, the traffic impact studies are looking at the traffic volumes and the movements. They will be looking at, that study will look at the size of the vehicle as it relates to turning movements and the needs for the turn lanes and that type of stuff. That will be accounted for that. It does not look at the weight, looking at the structural side of the roadway. That's not the purpose of a traffic impact study. And so that does not look at that particular item. Maintenance of the road and the structural section and rebuild of the road. If they have to add turn lanes or those types of things, their design will account for the weight of the trucks and the volumes and the design of the appropriate pavement section to handle that.
Okay, thank you. Two for Crystal, really quick. There, on the 1975 aviation easement, the applicant said that they would abide by that. So there's just some discrepancy with that, with the photo that you put up there that showed the stacks and them being in that area of impact there for the easement. So can you clarify that? We're just getting conflicting information. Does it abide or does it not abide?
Mayor, Councilwoman Jangila, so the easement says building, structure, tree, plant, crop, or other object extending. The towers that are referencing, according to their plan that they submitted to the FAA, they said it was 2,600 feet above mean sea level. The graphic that I showed in the approximate location of where those stacks would be, they can't go over 2,640, 2,655. So according to their documentation, they are under that and in compliance with the easement.
They're in compliance.
Structurally.
Okay, thank you. Last question on the aviation requirements as far as the grant and then us maybe needing to pay back the 20 years of that grant. They said that they were in compliance with the grants as well. Can you clarify that?
Do you want to take that? State your name.
Lindsay Johnson with the Nampa Airport. Councilwoman Jangula, with the grants, if we were found out of compliance with the FAA under our grant assurances, one of the ways they could resolve that is to come back and say, you need to repay the last 20 years of grants. Where Commissioner Miller had put in her letter and her testimony that one of our grant assurances is that we take reasonable steps to ensure compatible land use around an airport. And part of this public hearing is ensuring adequate use, I think would be the best way to say that. So and taking those steps forward.
Thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate it.
Mayor?
Yes.
For a motion?
We're not ready yet. We're still asking questions, and we have yet to have discussion. So hang on just a second. So quick question. There was some testimony and a comment regarding ponds and water and it being not a potential danger. I don't remember how it was worded. Could someone speak to that? Lindsay or Crystal? I don't remember who said that and made a comment about ponds.
Madam Mayor, I believe that was in Commissioner Miller's testimony. She'd referenced clarification on open recycling stations. And I don't believe that was clarified at all from the claimant. The concrete washout stations aren't necessarily the problem, but if there's going to be open ponds with standing water, it can attract wildlife and be a hazard to the airport.
So it's just the hazard due to wildlife?
Yes.
Potentially. Okay. So that's an FAA thing. Okay.
That's part of the advisory circular as a best recommendation not to have standing water ponds around the airport.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So at this time, this is an opportunity, if there are no further questions for council, for there to be discussion and amongst council and the direction would like to go. Legal, would you like to give us any guidance?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So just a reminder to you all and maybe a little explanation to some in the audience. Your land use decisions are based on your criteria in your ordinance. And it was those three ordinance provisions that were referenced by staff initially.
Are these the ones that we see in front of us, those three right there under conclusions of law? Okay.
Correct, yes. And as was noted by staff, it is correct that the Planning and Zoning Commission used the newer criteria instead of the older ones, and you need to use the older ones, which was part of the basis for the appeal. So you take all the facts and testimony and evidence. Everything presented tonight is considered evidence that you consider and weigh, but it's not, for lack of a better term, a popularity contest. It's not are there more people on this side than the other side. It's about compliance with these three provisions. And so you have them up there, but the first one largely deals with compatibility and adverse effects and harmony and bulk, scale, and density, and then availability of facilities and utilities and other relevant impact of the development. And then the second one is convenient, functional living, working, shopping. And then the third one is enhancing the successful operation of the surrounding area, from me paraphrasing. So just a reminder, take a look at the facts and things that you heard tonight, and you apply them to those three things in your discussion.
Okay.
Mayor?
And Councilman Griffins.
Would you prefer I make my motion and then we move into discussion, or discussion and then a motion?
If you would like to make a motion, I would.
Mayor, I move to modify the decision of the commission and pursuant to the criteria in place when the application was submitted, deny the conditional use permit for the operation of a concrete batch plant in an IL light industrial zoning district at 39th North Picard Lane for Sumrock Corporation, CUP-00328-2023, and direct staff to prepare written findings in accordance the applicable information received, discussion of the City Council, and the information and proposed findings contained in the staff report.
Second.
My findings, or my discussion points for legal and for staff's direction, starting with 10-25-4A1. I'd like to reference the Nampa Airport Commission letter dated on February 20th, 2024. First off, the issue of the potential noise complaint with the concrete running at an 83 decibel and mixers at a 79 decibel, I think has a harmful effect to neighbors, especially considering a 24/7 hour potential run period. The traffic impacts on the residential streets and for residents themselves, as well as students that are along those routes, with the potential of almost 20 cars per hour, I find that it affects livability, could cause a harmful effect, and definitely causes a traffic impact. Additionally, I'd like to make a note that within that letter from the Idaho Department of Transportation, or Idaho Transportation Department, written on February 23, 2024, it does mention that the FAA does not have a statutory authority of approval, but they are a recommending factor to buildings, not so much what they admit. On D-25-A4A2, I reference back to the Nampa Airport Commission, dated February 20th, 2024. It had a comment in there that no other plant had a boundary that was 250 feet from the runway. At the center and the heart of the runway were 686 feet. They hadn't even seen one that was at 750 feet. So I think it does have an issue with functionality for the area that is focused in that portion. I also believe that it has an issue with functionality for aircraft owners and the pilots, as stated in the AOPA letter on February 16, 2024, because it has an obstruction hazard and potential hazards through particulate material or particulate matter for pilots. I think additionally the functionality of the area with businesses being there for over 23 years, they have a strong possibility of losing their ability to continue tradition, tourism, and potential shows, and that's specifically mentioning the Warhawk Air Museum. And for 10-25-4A3, I specifically wanted to reference Idaho Transportation Department's letter on February 23rd, 2024, that it creates hazards through pollutants, was written by that letter, and I can find the direct statement, or Todd can do his homework a little later. It also creates an aviation quote, aviation hazard to users and is a possible public nuisance. Additionally, a comment was made by Audrey, I am not sure, but mentions the smoke pollutants impact on not only the airport's function, but as well as the community, whether it's through agriculture, livestock, gardening, it has that effect. And once again, I am very conscientious of the Warhawk Air Museum and the effect that it has on the community's function and what we had designed for that area and for that airport. And I think that's enough for me, and we'll see what comes out.
Still second that, yes.
So there is a motion and a second. Thank you for providing your conclusions with that. Councilman Haverfield.
Well, from an architectural perspective, I'll just speak to the use of concrete. It's very important. It's very vital in our industry. Combined with steel, it's resulted in high-rise construction that never was potential before. But when it comes to locating a concrete batching plant, it doesn't need to be in the location that is being proposed. Simply to minimize the impact on the health of people living around it. The location of the, as I look at in my business, proper site selection is everything. This is not a good site for that type of a use, in my mind, simply because of the impacts on the adjoining neighbors. We're not lacking for concrete batching plants in Nampa or around Nampa. So I think a better location would be well suited. I appreciate Sunrock's desire to take care of the needs in our community, but at this point I couldn't support anything other than the motion that was made.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Reynolds, then Rodriguez.
Parker, did you get an answer on that stack height for me?
The exit height is 20 feet.
20 feet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor. The conditional use permit criteria is pretty set forth for us, and we kind of have to follow what we have here. Let's go to 1025-4A1. The location, size, and design and operating characteristics of the proposed development will be compatible with and will not adversely affect the livability or appropriate development of abutting properties. That does not fit in this case. In 1025-4A2, the location, design, and the site planning of the proposed development will provide a convenient and functional living, working, shopping, or civic environment. That does not fall. The proposed development under 1025-4A3, development will enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area. That doesn't work. Therefore, I will support the motion at hand and deny this.
Is there any other discussion? If
Mayor, really quickly, thanks.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you to all the citizens that have come out and voiced your concerns. This is how community works. This is what makes Nampa so great, is we have very passionate people that live here. So District 2, you guys are amazing. Thank you for coming out and voicing your concerns. I just want to say, we hit on all of the criteria, but in addition to that, that $11 million that we could possibly be dinged with by the FAA is crucial. And one of our greatest roles here on City Council is budget. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we protect taxpayers' monies and that we are using funds to the best of our ability, and we're looking at that. And to think that we could possibly have that type of an impact to our city and to our citizens, that's really touching. And so that's something that I, looked at really carefully in addition to the other things. But that's just, we are very conscious of your guys' monies, and we just want to make sure that we're good stewards of that. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. Before I say roll call, I want to say at the conclusion of roll call, if you guys could stay put for just a second, I have a comment to make, but I'm going to wait until we finish our vote. So if there are no further comments, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So I want to say just two things real quickly. And the first one I want to say, this group, you did your homework. You were very respectful. To me, this is, while this is a difficult decision for Sunrock, this is community in action. And I just want to say thank you for following the rules. Thank you for being concerned about your environment, your local community, and taking time to speak. That's extremely important. And I just want to say thank you. You guys were respectful, did a good job. I also want to say to our Sunrock guys, Andrew, that took a lot of courage of you to stand up. While this is a difficult decision for Sunrock, these guys are not our enemies. These are individuals doing their jobs. And I just want to say thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your work. And thank you for standing up. And we just need to remember that, because it's easy to get to conflict, and we need to not do that, right? So we need to respect one another, and thank you guys for your work. Thank you for being here tonight. So you guys were a good group. Thank you. I'm proud of Nampa. And with that, I would stand for a motion to adjourn. Seconded, meeting adjourned. Thank you.